Everybody, it's a wonderful day and I love my job. That's what everybody's supposed to say. All right, I'm going to call the meeting to order. Any additions to the agenda?
Good morning, Reeve Council. Administration has one addition to the agenda. It will be 33B under closed session, and it's a discussion regarding intermunicipal relations, and that's Access to Information Act, section number 26. And that's all I have, Reeve, from administration.
Good, that's the right answer. Kara?
Under meeting dates?
Meeting dates?
Yeah. It would be 31C, ceremonial puck drop for the Thunder home opener, which is Friday night. That's 6 p.m. There is a request for representation.
What's the contact lady's name? Leah? Okay, thanks. Glenn?
Under meeting dates D, rural wealth creation, and the topic is theory of change. It'll be a visioning session. It's tomorrow, 9 a.m. till 4 p.m., and the Reeve and myself have been invited for that.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? No election stories? Kara?
I move the agenda as amended.
Thanks. Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Okay, the adoption in the minutes of council meeting. Any changes, errors, omissions, corrections, comments? Donna?
I move to adopt the minutes of council meeting for September 2nd.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Okay, follow-up action list, Rudy?
Two items, Reeve and Council, that are coming forward off the follow-up action list for your attention today. Motion number 189 regarding the removal of salt from Brazeau County roads. Public Works will have a report on that this morning on your agenda. The second was motion 352 regarding amendments to the land use bylaw regarding RV use in discretionary use areas. Planning will have a report on that on today's agenda as well.
Okay, motion to accept the follow-up action list for information. Glenn?
I move to accept the follow-up action list for information.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Got lots of delegations today. Fire services, Tom?
Good morning, Mr. Reeve.
Morning.
Council. So I'm here this morning to ask that Council give 3 readings to the Fire Services Bylaw 1216-25. As Council can recall, at September 2nd Council meeting, I did a presentation in regards to exploding targets, otherwise known as tannerite, and it was recommended at that time through a motion from Kara Westerland to make some changes to the Fire Services bylaw. So we're here today to quickly go through those and have council move forward with that. So under section section 9, under the offenses, subsection 9, originally it said no person shall light an outdoor fire, a structure fire, incinerator fire, or a barbecue fire pit or portable appliance not fueled by propane or natural gas during a municipal or provincial fire ban. As per requested, we have included use exploding targets included in that section as well. One of the things that I did notice when I did a deep dive is that the fine section, which was Schedule A, didn't quite match up exactly with the offense section. For whatever reason, displaying fireworks was not in the section 9.9 port, so I've also included that as well, because we don't want people blowing off fireworks during a fire event. In regards to definitions, we've made a few minor changes. And of course, if people are reading the bylaw, they'll want to know what exploding targets means. So we have included in section 2 in the definitions part, letter M, exploding targets include an incendiary target, binary target, or any container holding explosive substances. So we just clearly defined what that meant. That definition is the same one that is used by Alberta Wildfire in their descriptions. Also, the last minor change to the bylaw was when we were going through this, I discovered that a peace officer was only defined as a community peace officer that would be able to enforce this. Consequently, we made a minor change so that any enforcement services such as the RCMP could also enforce this bylaw, which is probably necessary if we were talking about exploding targets and those types of things. So we've made that minor change as well. And then the last section was Schedule A, 9.9. We just changed the wording a little bit to reflect the Section 9, number 9 in offenses. And that's all of the minor changes to bring it up to what council was asking. So currently we're asking that council give all three readings to the Fire Services Bylaw 1216-25 as presented.
Unless people read this bylaw, they're not gonna really know that the rules and the fines, are they? Like, I'm just looking at this, somebody doesn't know what's going on. Your first fine in some of these instances here is $500 to $1,000. I understand we're all supposed to do our own due diligence, but it seems like a huge fine for the first time. That's just my thoughts there. Glenn?
Thank you, Reeve. So I never got a chance to look at this till last night, and I'd seen on pages 83, I guess. Section 5, the fire guardians. Each year before March, council shall appoint a sufficient number of fire guardians to enforce the provisions of the Forest and Prairie Protection Act within the boundaries of Brazeau County. Do we actually do the fire guardians anymore, or could we strike this
No,
also?
we do not have the fire guardians anymore. All of that is done through the fire department. We just kept it in at this point in time, just in the event that down the road there's a change and council wants to have fire guardians again, but currently right now we don't.
Okay, so everyone's okay with it staying in? And
I'm fine with it.
pages 87, section 9 offenses, number 12, just the CSA standard. It's changed in 2012, or it changed in 2022 to CSA B415.1:22. So if we do, it would be nice to have that updated.
Sure.
And I guess for the fireworks on page 86, I was wondering, for fireworks, they're supposed to show that they have proof of general liability insurance with coverage of at least $5 million. Is that pretty common? I never looked at my house
That's-
insurance, but is that?
So that is in reference to high hazard fireworks.
Okay,
So when we do a high hazard fireworks, such as the Village of Breton does July 1st fireworks, the requirements are that the people that are blowing them off do have that, and that's pretty standard in the industry. So when they come to get the permit, they usually have all of their certifications, they have their insurance, they have their site map, they have all of those things, because that's common practice for high hazard fireworks.
so for myself, if I go by the fireworks, it wouldn't apply to?
No.
Okay,
No.
thank you.
Kara?
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, and maybe Councillor Gunderson, you can help me out. The one wording change, we should probably make a motion to make that change. What would administration prefer? Probably the change first and then the approval of the bylaw. Yes, I'm getting head jiggles, yes. Which page was that again, Glenn? Maybe you can make the motion.
It was,
Because you have the information in front of you, Councillor Gunderson.
Page 87, section 5, number 12. Just update the CSA standard.
yeah, sorry, it was section,
I move to update the CSA standard on section 5, number 12. And the wording is CSA B 415.1:22. And it changed in 2022.
sorry, Councillor Gunderson, if I can make a slight change. It's actually section 9, number 12.
Oh, sorry, I didn't bring my glasses. You're correct.
Yes, sorry, section 9, number 12.
It is.
Just want to
Yeah,
make
you're
sure we
correct.
got that right.
Section 9, number 12, page 87. Tina, did you grasp any of that? Would you be able to reread it?
I have moved by Glenn Gunderson to amend section 9:12 to update the CSA standard to current.
That works. Thank you.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Anything else?
No,
Donna?
I'd like to, sorry. Did you have a
Okay,
question?
finish off there.
I was going to go to first reading, but I'll,
So gone are the days when kids can't wait for aerosol cans to be in the garbage cans so they can light the garbage. But I have to agree with Bart, like, perhaps I don't know if they should get a warning.
So,
Some of
or-
these are huge
Yeah,
fines.
like $1,000 for some right off the bat. I think that-
So if I can just clarify that a little bit. A lot of this is at the discretion of our community peace officers. So there's not an automatic issue of a fine. There can be a warning. There can be a host of different things that the CPO officer can initiate as part of the process.
Having said that, but you want to make sure that you should have warning as the first offense, and then you could have the other offenses going forward, because he may not give a warning. He may just give you a $5,000 fine or a $7,500 fine, or some of these other ones. It's not specified that they can do that. So you should have it in as a warning up front first, I would suggest, and then have your fines after that. Everybody needs a chance. It doesn't mean they're going to get it, right? Maybe they've crossed threads with somebody. Glenn?
just going back to page 83, section 5, fire guardians. Number 1, like I said, it says each year before March 1st, council shall, and that means we have to appoint a sufficient number of fire guardians to enforce the provisions of the Fire and Prairie Protection Act within the boundaries of Brazeau County. I'm thinking we really should just remove that. Otherwise, if it's a shall, and we haven't done it since I've been on council, then it would make sense just to remove it. So I move to direct administration to remove section 5, fire guardians, number 1.
Discussion? Kara? Glenn? Discussion? Go ahead and discussion.
No, I didn't. Mine's on something else. I can,
Glenn, or Dallas?
Glenn, number 2.
You guys all look the same now.
Yeah, well, maybe instead of just, it is a bylaw, so we're amending the law right now. So instead of maybe having shall, it could be may. So that they could still use that, apply the discretionary component that they want to potentially use. I'd make that as a friendly amendment.
You accept that?
Yeah, it's actually not entirely friendly, but just depends on the chief elected officer's determination.
Go ahead, Glenn.
I'm asking to withdraw my motion.
Okay. Well, he's withdrawn it. Go ahead, Dallas.
All right.
You guys kind of cranky this morning, or what's going on here?
Yeah, a little cranky. Yeah, what's going on here? Okay, so I would just move to amend and replace shall with may. And that is section 5, subsection 1. If that's
Discussion?
clear enough.
All those in favor? Carried. Okay, what are we going to do with the fines? Do we want to have another one in front of the first offense, saying first offense is a warning? It's both education and a warning at the same time. But at least that's in there and the people know that.
What?
But you start creeping up these fines, even some of these are 500, 1,000, 7,500. That's quite crippling for somebody that doesn't understand. And maybe they haven't read the bylaw, maybe they haven't, paid attention to all the things we're doing. And although you say that they could give a warning, they may not. Anyway, that's my
So-
thoughts.
Council,
Kara? Oh, we've got a whole bunch of lights here. Kara, then we'll go to Glenn.
Maybe wanted to clear up some comments. I know there were some comments about some of the fines. So the first offense, from what I'm reading, they start, some range from 250 all the way to 1,000. So they don't climb up. Yes, so the other thing I'm okay with is at the discretion. So the unfortunate part or the fortunate part is, I would like real examples, so through the chair to the fire chief. Are we okay giving a warning when there's a full fire ban on and somebody decides to light up a firework or set off Tenorate? That's the problem here, and that's the issue, and I'm getting a head nod. That's the problem, what we're seeing. I can think about the spring when we had certain bans in place and we had people still lighting brush piles on fire. And I agree. I mean, common sense would tell you to poke your head outside and have a look around, and the last thing you should be doing is lighting anything on fire when it's dry, windy, and warm, especially in the spring when we haven't had rain. But here we go. How many complaints did we have this spring? And how many people did you have to go out and tell put the brush piles out? And you didn't, I'm assuming you didn't lay any fines. It was, again, up to discretion and education. So here's a prime example where you've let use to some discretion. Some people would have differed and said fine them because there was a fire ban on, but here nor there. Anyways, that's
Correct.
kind of what I was hoping to hear.
if I can just make a quick comment on that, I think there would be a huge outcry by the public if someone decided to light a fire during a fire ban and it spread and caused a catastrophic fire in the community. I think there would be a huge outcry from the public if that individual just got a warning ticket as opposed to a fine. So consequently, we haven't issued fines for any of these. A lot of this has just been warnings and has been education, as Councillor Westerland correctly identified.
Anthony?
Tom kind of touched on it, but under page 91, second, where it says a notice of form commonly called a violation ticket may be issued by a peace officer. So I think that kind of follows up with what Tom is trying to say, that it's an option and it's something that they can choose to do. And it still allows for something like what Kara was referencing, that if it's a more blatant offense, that they can also choose to go ahead.
Donna?
Well, my thought was exactly what Kara was saying. If this is happening during a fire ban, they should get a fine. But say it's raining and it's soaking wet, and they do this, I think they should just get a warning. May allows that, okay. But still, it's up to the officer whether, you know, so Joe Blow down the road doesn't get a fine, and because he knows the officer, I mean, this could happen, right? It has to be straight across the board, whatever it is.
Anthony, you got more to say?
Well, I think really once it's a ticket being issued, it's not even nothing to do with Tom. It's usually our peace officers or whoever. So it becomes you know, their judgment of it. And I think from what historically we've always told our peace officers and through administration that there's supposed to be education first and tickets later and last. So I think they have that instruction historically already given to them that education is important before they start issuing tickets. And maybe Rudy can comment on that, but I believe that's the direction that they're given.
Is that true, Rudy?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Dallas?
And is there not a provision that it could be appealed if you believe that you've been treated unfairly? So there's an appeal process and it comes back to this council, I believe. Or the courts, yeah. Okay.
Is there an appeal process for fines?
There's always an appeal.
Yes, Councilor Ekstrom is correct. There is an appeal if you want to, and you do it through the court system.
I think a good talking to teaches them a lot more than a fine does. But anyway, that's my thoughts. What do you guys want to do now? Kara?
I move first reading to Fire Services Bylaw 1216-25 as amended.
Discussion? All those in favor? Those opposed? One? Me? Go ahead, Dallas.
Thank you, Reeve. I'll move second reading. Fire Services Bylaw 1216-25.
Discussion? Glenn? Oh, you got your light on. Discussion? All those in favor? Those opposed? Just one. I'm not going to stop you guys from going to third reading, but just like my notice to be known. Glenn?
I move to go to third reading for Fire Service Bylaw 1215-25. 1216-25.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Donna?
Third reading to bylaw 1216-25.
Discussion? All those in favor? Those opposed? One. Okay, that's passed. How's our time up here? Gravel pits. Take it away.
Good morning, Raven Council.
Morning.
This morning I'm bringing forward a report for clarification from Council. It starts on page 94 and it's related to regulation of recreational vehicles or RVs at gravel pits zoned Natural Resource Extraction and Processing District, so NREP. At the top there, that's just what the acronym stands for, just a reminder. So this came about at the June 17th council meeting. Council did request that administration bring back land use bylaw amendments with the provisions to make recreational vehicles a discretionary use within the Natural Resource Extraction and Processing District, or zone. So we did some research and saw what we could find, what were other municipalities doing, how are RVs being regulated, what do we have in our land use bylaw. And we looked at campgrounds and work camps and decided that those words have connotations within the general public and within industry. So campgrounds typically have certain amenities and they have designated sites for the RVs or recreational vehicles to be within. And that wasn't exactly what we've been seeing in the county at gravel pit lands. The other one is work camps. Again, this has an industry standard, kind of those ATCO trailers, those mobile units. It's what people picture generally in Alberta when they think work camps. And there's also a provincial work camp regulation. And when we read that, we were like, we don't believe that that is what council is looking for that level of regulation. We're looking to regulate RVs more so than that type of temporary but more defined, less movable type of structures. So if you head to page 95, you will see option 1 of what we put forward, which is to change the definition of surveillance suites temporary to allow for recreational vehicles for the temporary provision of surveillance for the maintenance, security, and safety of the primary establishment or use. So you can see that proposed revision in red about halfway down the page on page 95. Going with this option would require some changes to surveillance suite temporary within the land use bylaw. You'll see 2 charts there. All those acronyms are our districts in the bold. And you will see that we have removed it from egg and egg holdings. That's the red 2 blocks at the bottom of page 95. Because we have regulations for RVs being on those within the community standards bylaw, and we don't want 2 things that contradict each other. Makes enforcement and education very, very difficult. And you will see that the last change is the bottom corner, NREP has changed from permitted to discretionary. So again, it was council's request that RV use be a discretionary use. So that's option 1. We would recommend maybe putting in some development regulations. If you look halfway down the page on page 96, you'll see some samples of, or examples, not samples, examples of what development regulations may work for helping to regulate and communicate clearly to those looking to do it what we have as an expectation. So that the RVs shall be occupied for no more than, and you'll see the text in orange. Those are all things that can change: a number of consecutive days, number of consecutive months, something along those lines, that it shall not be stored on site when not in use for surveillance purposes, must be self-contained, with own water storage, wastewater holding tank, and cooking and washing facilities. A maximum number, so we put 5. I believe that it is a larger number in agricultural under the community standards bylaw, so we could match that, or we could do it by an acres. And then the use of fuel generators is permitted between the hours of 8 a.m. and 9 p.m. unless a variance is requested and approved by the development authority. It could also say the use of fuel generators is not permitted or not allowed unless a variance is requested. Any development regulation could be varied by the development authority. Discretionary use, of course, the development authority is our municipal planning commission. Going on to option 2, which is at the bottom of page 96, would be a completely new definition. And this is more of what we're seeing at one of our particular gravel pits. And it's temporary placement of RVs on the site for the purpose of housing workers employed directly with a natural resource extraction or natural resource processing operation on or immediately adjacent to the site. It would be a discretionary use only within the natural resource extraction and processing district. And then the next 2 pages contain a number of proposed development regulations that we would suggest. Again, a number of the texts are in orange, suggesting that those are things, I mean, all of it is up for debate and council's input, but those in particular are things that we weren't sure exactly how council wanted to see it. So that is a lot of information that I have put to you all at once, and I appreciate that. So the next step is to get council consideration of the 2 options, or the third option of combining both of them within the land use bylaw to regulate the 2 different types of uses we're seeing on gravel pits with RVs. So the analysis starts on page 98 and continues on to page 99. But before presenting the land use bylaw amendment to council and then having to adjust it and amend it, we thought we would seek clarification from council of how they would like us to proceed to hopefully come forward with a clean and concise bylaw amendment for council consideration. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, folks? just one on the, what does the two pink ones on the left side of 95 mean?
So it was, to the chair, my way of showing that we were removing it as a permitted use within agricultural and agricultural holdings, with changing surveillance suites temporary to just be recreational vehicles. Recreational vehicles in the agricultural and agricultural holding districts, not departments, sorry, districts are already regulated under the community standards bylaw. So we allow, based on the size of parcel, a number of recreational vehicles to be used, stored, or parked on sites. So we didn't want two things that contradicted each other.
So you removed the permitted on ag and ag holdings?
Yeah, we removed it completely, so it wouldn't be a use within those. If somebody did need a surveillance suite for a short period of time, they would apply for a surveillance suite under the land use bylaw, and then just say that they only needed it for 6 months, and the permit would be granted for 6 months. So that's how we can do short-term surveillance suites required on other types of properties.
I'm still a little confused. So surveillance suites are still permitted, surveillance suite temporary are no longer permitted?
Correct.
Okay. Kara?
Yeah, I followed along with you there, Reed, too, because I was a little bit of confusion, but thank you for the clarification. And then they would be discretionary under the NREP designation, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Westerland, that is correct.
Okay.
So what about, like, I don't know how often this happens, but there must be people that need surveillance over the winter time. So they might have surveillance in the summer, but they need it in winter, so they have somebody staying, you know, on the site just to make sure the copper theft, all these kinds of things that are going on. How do we deal with that?
Absolutely. So that's a perfect question. Through the chair to all of council. So a surveillance suite is still a permitted use within the natural resource extraction and processing. It would just not be allowed to be a recreational vehicle. So over the winter, it would need to be, you know, one of those like ACO style trailers, a manufactured home, something a little bit, I don't want to say beefier, but something that withstands the weather versus a recreational vehicle that would be allowed to be surveillance year round. Yeah, so that fits under our surveillance suite definition, which is at the very top of page 95 and would remain a permitted use within the natural resource extraction and processing district. It is actually a permitted use in every single one of our districts.
But if it was a winterized RV, why would we care if it was an ATCO building or a winterized RV?
So through the chair to council, the biggest reason is that we are trying to regulate recreational vehicles and make it a discretionary use. It's if they so chose to have it during the winter, we could state that it could continue on and just remove that no RV shall be occupied for more than blank consecutive days as a development regulation, and then the permit would regulate the length of time that it could be. So typically, it would be for whatever the use permit was for. So for example, if the natural resource extraction and natural resource processing permit was approved for 5 years and they needed surveillance for the 5 years, then that surveillance suite temporary as an RV would be approved for 5 years, so that it could be on site for the same length as the use approved under the county.
I see how you're trying to separate it, but like a winterized RV, to me, might be better to live in than a cold ATCO trailer. What's that?
Much more comfy.
Yeah, so that's why we're starting to dictate what kind of home they can have and I don't know what the answer is there, because you're trying to restrict the RV side of things. But
So
I'm
maybe an option would be to look at option 2. Because I know you're looking at option 1, but looking at option 2. So what is it that we're trying to fix? We're trying to fix the situation we have in the Tapner pit. So
Yes.
if you look at option 2, I think that addresses the concerns that the residents have brought forward. And then mitigates, I think, the concerns that you're bringing up.
But then in option 2, you're only allowed 6 months.
And that's on a gravel operation. So this is not for anything else. We're dealing strictly with gravel. And gravel, they do not operate during the winter, we know that. So technically, there really shouldn't be anybody down there, and if they're worried about surveillance, somebody's checking on the site anyways, that's what they do now.
So just a point of clarification. The second definition is solely for worker accommodations. It's not for surveillance whatsoever.
Okay.
It's for those individuals who are living down at the gravel pit while they are working the gravel pit operation. And again, any text in the orange, and I do appreciate that the orange text and the red text are very similar colors, but we did want it to pop against the black. So on page 97, for example, number 3, number 4, and number 5 all have orange text. Those are things that we needed to put a number in so that it read fluidly, but those numbers and whatnot, of course, are up for council consideration, and we wanted to highlight those in particular. Any development regulation and any definition is open for council's input, so that what we bring forward is what council is looking for.
And what I'm looking for is a clear, concise solution to the issue that we're facing, without muddying the waters in other places, which I think option 2 is what we need.
Anthony?
I think if we're trying to correct a certain situation, option 2 doesn't do that really either, because it still allows for them to have probably similar to the number of residences that, or RVs that they have there now. And what we have now, or what they have now, seems to be, at least to some of the residents, be a problem based on activities and the like that's happening there. So I don't really think number 2, option 2, gives us a lot of solution to the problem that I think we're all discussing.
So what's the Anthony solution?
My light's still on, so.
Oh,
So again, I will ask council, what are we trying to fix? Because maybe Anthony, Dallas, and myself have a little bit more in-depth information, because we sit on the Municipal Planning Commission. The complaints that came forth, I don't think was about the amount of RVs that were at the site. It was the use of the generator and the noise that was accommodated with quote-unquote the campground down there.
But there's also activity that supposedly was happening, like shooting.
That's
that-
separate.
No, but
Yeah.
if that type of activity is going on, it usually happens, in my opinion, when there's a group of individuals that are doing, maybe perhaps a competition or a shooting competition, that kind of thing, where if it's a surveillance person, RV only, and perhaps only one of them, I don't think you'd get into that same scenario. That individual likely wouldn't be finding that activity as appealing, I would say, especially if he's there for a responsibility and not to create disturbances with the community. And if his employer gives him the instructions that apparently they are given. So I think we need to make sure, if we don't really want to have the activity that seems to be occurring there and seems to be on a fairly regular basis, we need to make changes that restrict the amount of residential use that's there. And that's what's been said, by, as I heard it, at the Municipal Planning Commission very clearly. They didn't want the people having their residences there. They figured that they should be utilizing community facilities, whether campgrounds, hotels, whatever, rather than having a RV set up there that allowed for various activities going on at nights.
we have to stop people having fun in Brazeau.
That's where I'm trying to find the balance.
Go ahead, Kara.
Sorry, that's where I'm trying to find the balance.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, some of those comments were made, but I think the root of the issue was the noise generated from the units down there, so.
And that's all I heard at council. The issue you just raised there just now was the noise and, starting too early in the morning and those kinds of things, not following the existing rules.
And I think, I'm on page 97, and I'm looking at option 2, it talks about, the maximum number is 10 units, unless otherwise approved. So if they need more workers down there, there's the option to open that up too as well. Sorry, no, you can't speak right now unless somebody
it gives you the opportunity to speak
Or
in that
11.
regard. So unless somebody makes a motion to allow you to speak, you'll have to wait till 11 o'clock or till your time. Sorry, it's just,
The-
okay, you still got your 2 bits worth in.
Unfortunately, there are some generators out there that produce quite a bit of noise, and in this case, this is what we're trying to fix, to be honest. I have
Glenn, you
the-
got us a solution?
Well, yeah, the generator on my camper, you can sleep beside that thing. It's a
Agreed.
Yamaha. It powers the camper and it's beautiful. I don't know why, but people insist on using these
I
really
agree.
loud generators. They're a nuisance. But I think the other issue that we had talked about was the fact that there's people shooting targets and things down there as well. There's so many people, and it turns into a big party at the campsite. And that's kind of what we're trying to stop, is that we end up with 20 campers or 30 campers and noise all night long, right? So I'm okay with option one, but I'm wondering, what is the problem you have with option one? Maybe I'm not understanding it.
I think that was directed at myself. I don't actually, sorry. I don't actually either option 1 or 2 are I am good with. I think that Reeve had mentioned some concerns about option 1, so maybe a combination of option 1 and 2.
Donna?
I'll muddy the waters.
If there's shooting down there, we have bylaws that prevent that sort of thing. Like you just, yeah.
Only in Lodgepole.
Yes, there's federal laws too. I mean,
Is it illegal? Is it illegal to shoot down there?
no, I'm talking noise bylaws.
Oh.
And those sorts of bylaws that can limit their activities. So we don't need it in this.
Dallas?
Yeah, it's difficult enough living next to a gravel pit because they're crushing and there's trucks and there are engine retarder brakes and there's all the activity during the day. There's dust, there's additional vehicles on the road. Okay, we deal with that during weekdays and regular business hours. After hours, there shouldn't need to be anything else going on there. The residents who live nearby shouldn't have to put up with noise, music, more vehicles, lights late at night, lights early in the morning, generators. Generators are cheaper than inverters, that's why people buy them. And all the stuff that goes on at night. And some shooting with some complaints. When I'm on the river, I see people shooting along the river, and I think it's coming from here, but actually it's not, it's coming from there. I go down with a gun range quite a bit. I hear quite a bit of shooting, and a lot of the time the shooting is not from the gun range. It's from the other side of the river. So it's difficult to tell where that's coming from. So the residents who are living near the gravel crushing, natural resource extraction areas are putting up with enough just with the extraction going on. They don't need to put up with a community going on down there as well. And that's on the weekends too. They want some solace. They will get no solace. If
I'm
there's,
expecting something profound to come out of this with the solution, right? Because you're making some good points, Dallas.
yeah, well, I'm taking a hard line. I don't think there should be any living down there. No recreation. It's for crushing. It's not a home. And especially on the weekends, nothing. The gates are closed. There's no sound. There's no lights. There's no parties. There's no barbecues. There's no campfires. There's no tannerite. There's nothing. The weekends are quiet. Let the people rest. That's what they're asking for.
Donna?
The only thing with that is you have all kinds of equipment down there that needs to be watched.
And surveillance. That's it.
Just surveillance.
Anthony?
Site that we're all referencing, there's been identified violations, like individuals, if the uncertainty as to where the shooting's occurring, our CPOs have found targets on the site. So if there's targets on the site, that would be a logical belief then that there also was shooting at some point in time there, even if didn't catch them shooting actually at the time the CPOs arrived. So I think if targets are there, that shows pretty good history of what's occurred there, or likely occurred there. And I agree that we need to, the individuals, the community that's around the gravel pit, they already have enough when the gravel pit is truly working. They don't need to have to live with the recreating that seems to be going on with the workforce that's there after hours and on weekends.
So we still don't have a solution written down that we can pass, pardon me? Go ahead, Kara.
I'm just looking at option one. The other thing I want to be careful about too, and looking at option one, it might mitigate the concerns that I have, is the other piece is we do have another gravel operation kind of in what I kind of call in a more remote area who do have RVs on site, and we get 0 complaints from them. So again, so that's why option one would be an option, because I don't want to ruin it for everybody else because one person's being a bad actor.
And you make a good point there. Most of the time, we make rules for the few.
We do.
Not for the many.
Is this the time I get to use my line? I have a line, Bart.
One
You're wearing
line?
off on me.
You can
Rules exist to guide the wise and limit the foolish.
Oh. Anthony?
The other pit that Kara's referencing also had their complaints. It's just that they ended up doing is they ended up buying out the complainant.
So did you make a motion, Anthony, to take option A? I guess the other thing is we can try option A, try number one, and if it works, great. If it doesn't, then we'll be back in the saddle again. Anthony?
I move that we direct administration to proceed with incorporating option one into our land use bylaw for direction of surveillance suites and use of RVs on natural resource exploration.
All right. Discussion? All those in favor? Donna? Those opposed? Okay. Maybe we should have a break. People are getting cranky again. I'll call the meeting to order. Who dropped this paper off? What's this? Oh. Oh, I see, okay. All right, wasn't there one more point that she wanted to make? Yes. Kathleen? Kathleen, are you in the building?
Reeve, if I may, on behalf of Ms. Sterling, just a point of clarification on the option one motion. There was a request from Planning Department to identify the amount of consecutive days that were allowable. Page 96
Yes.
on your agenda. No RV shall be occupied for more than blank consecutive days. If council wishes, we can also bring that back as a part of the amendment to suggest a logical amount of days and have council debate it at that time.
Wouldn't it be as needed? Like, if they wanted to have somebody all winter?
April to the end of October.
Okay.
My suggestion would be.
Go ahead, Kara.
My suggestion would be April 1st to October 31st. Whatever the amount of days that is.
If I had several $1 million worth of stuff down there, I'd want to
Okay.
have somebody there all year.
Yep, understood. Yep.
But that being said, they have the option for surveillance suite, so. I see where you're coming from, Reeve, but the correction to that would be they do have option to apply for a surveillance suite down there too.
Okay, so they can still have a surveillance suite year-round.
Yep.
All right, well, that helps with that.
Okay, that'll work. Thank you.
Pippa, are you ready? All right. I'm having fun today. For some reason, I'm in a good mood. I don't know what's wrong with me. Yeah, don't wreck it.
Okay, next report to discuss no road salt options. Brazeau County currently uses a combination of sand and salt to maintain road safety during winter conditions. In recent years, councils expressed interest in minimizing or eliminating the use of road salt due to environmental and infrastructure concerns. We use a salt-sand combination called pickle sand on our paved roads. First point we want to touch on is climate limitations. Brazeau County regularly experiences winter temperatures that fall below -18, with frequent cold snaps reaching -30 or colder. These conditions significantly limit the effectiveness of most of the de-icing alternatives that do not rely on salt. A common one that was discussed was beet juice. Beet juice, often used in combination with brine or other additives, was trialed at various surrounding municipalities in previous winters. So administration did call surrounding municipalities to see what they've tried. We do have a quarterly roads meeting with other municipalities where we've brought this up twice now.
Did you say beet juice?
Beet, B-E-E-T, beet.
Like purple
Yeah.
beets?
Yeah. And so it's quite common in other, BC, it's warmer climates. You do see this being a bit more successful in some warmer climates, some more urban settings. And yeah, from the beet juice trials, which have been trialed by other municipalities surrounding us, it was found that there's limited effectiveness below -15. Time-sensitive application, so it's very specific when it's applied. If you anticipate a certain front's coming, then it doesn't happen. It could definitely have some adverse effects. So in saying that, it created more ice in some instances, and it also causes a bit of a wildlife issue, as wildlife does tend to, there's an aroma from it, and they do tend to go to the roads and lick the roads as well, so it does cause another safety concern there. Brazeau County has trialed the calcium pre-wet brine in the past, which was met with the same observations that we just went through with the beet juice trials. One of the biggest deterrents for other alternatives is performance issues, mainly to do with our climate and cold weather here. At this time, we don't have any feasible alternatives that would allow Brazeau County to safely eliminate the use of road salt 100%. While Council's concerns about environmental impacts are valid, road safety and service levels remain top priority, especially in the region with severe and prolonged winter weather. Past trials, including the beet juice trials, have shown inconsistent results, in some cases worsened road conditions. Given our climate and logistics, administration recommends continuing with the current winter maintenance practices. We'll continue to consider and evaluate advancements and can keep council in the loop of anything we find. So we'll continue to meet with our municipalities, ask what they've tried, what's working, what's not, and look at alternatives.
So we have that problem on our old site there that's got salt contamination. Why couldn't we grind that dirt up and call that our application for, you know, so we add salt to sand. Now it becomes a big contaminated pile, essentially. Why can't we take that dirt and grind it up and use it for salting the roads? Like, is there any logic to what I'm saying? Because we're paying over and over and over and spending thousands of dollars testing the water and the brine and all the holes and like.
I would defer to our Director of Public Works on this, but my sense is that the contaminated soil is defined as contaminated by Alberta Environment, but would not be at a concentration that would effectively remove ice and snow from our roads, would be my assumption.
Okay, just something to ponder, because we're wasting money every year. Anthony?
Yeah, and usually a lot of the effectiveness of the de-icing is the sand or the grit, and a lot of times we're not even using the sand and salt, we're using chips, because they also provide more grit on the ice. If we use the clay-like material like you're speaking of, Bart, that's likely where this contaminated salts are at our site. It's a much finer material and probably doesn't have the same grit effect as sand or the chips do.
I'm not an engineer, but everybody else is here, so I knew that would get you going there, Dallas. But I'll go to Glenn.
So on my road, what I find a lot of times, I see that it snows, they come and they plow, and then they sand. which is great. But then they'll come back later in the afternoon and they'll plow off the sand that they just applied and then reapply a new layer of sand. So it seems sometimes they go a little overboard. And I'm hearing that from more of the people, especially like Range Road 85 from 620 to 621, that stretch there, they hammer that pretty hard. So it seems like, so I don't totally understand why they do that. But yeah, like I said, it's frustrating because you have, the road is plowed and it's been sanded, and then you'll see them come back and redo it. And it just seems like there's a lot of wasted material there. So I would like to see a reduction in that, and maybe even a possibility of evaluating the weather and going, okay, so what could we get away with? Maybe we could just get away with some of the rock chips today instead of using the full-blown sand laced with salt in it.
I think they do look at the temperature to decide when they sand and when not to sand. So, or put on the salt brines and stuff too, so.
Well, like I said, lots of times for my family, we have to, we detour. We don't even go down the road because we'll take the provincial highway and find a gravel road to get to our house because it's got so much sand on it. It's just absolutely insane. And by the time you park in your garage, it's a mess and your car just rots. So it's just such an excessive amount is what I'm finding. Our roads are great, like I said, but when you got that much on it, it sure is hard on everything. And you bring it into your yard and you're dealing with it in your garage. My shop just looks like a crystal palace after that vehicle drains off. So yeah, a lot of times that's basically our text messages for my family is don't take Range Road 81. It's a nightmare. It's too much sand, right? So that would be my point. The other one would be, this is just one half of the equation. The rest is in the summertime, and we're dealing with dust all the time. So I did want to bring up Midwest to get away from using calcium chloride, which basically is salt. There's other solutions to dust control, and this is advertised as a complete dust control solution with long-term reliability, reduced operation costs, impacts for better health and safety, and it's a green alternative to salt. So I think we should also be maybe test trialing out some of these other things. I talked to the people that make this. They use it in Eastern Canada, so the hiccup would be you got to get a rail car to bring it close enough and then haul it to the county. So it'd have to be something, we'd have to have a substantial budget for it. But if we got away with able to use this product and not have to reapply dust control every year on the same property, and if we could use something like this, I do think that, I know in my case, if I had the choice as a ratepayer, I would pay full price for this product to be applied across my yard. Or not my yard, but in front of my place. I don't like the calcium chloride. It's killing the trees, and it's rusting vehicles. Whereas this stuff, it's environmentally friendly, it's long-lasting, and yeah, it would be a nice way to go, a nice idea. They use it in the States to great effect. They use it on airports and coal mines and anywhere there is dust. So I'd like us to take a look at other ways to eliminate salt from Brazeau County. But thank you for the report.
So instead of directly telling Public Works what to do, we might want to send a motion saying to have Public Works just to re-look at things, shine the flashlight on the program and see if there's other cost-effective ways of dealing with this instead of specifically, and let them experiment. This maybe is one of them they'd want to experiment with, but you'd make a motion to direct administration to re-look at the dust control products and applications and see if there's some cost-effective ways of dealing with it. And maybe they're putting the sand and the salt down heavier because they're concerned that, maybe it's a storm coming or something. I don't know, but oftentimes they have a rationale for that. But there's nothing wrong with having a focused look at what we're doing. Sometimes you just need to shine the flashlight on it for a while and somebody will come up, hey, I've got an idea. I've never had a chance to think about this, but how about this? And this is good that you're doing this, Glenn. It may be a cost-effective solution. All right, now the engineer. Thermal fusion engineer.
Yes, sir. So I like the idea of this, Glenn. Thanks for bringing this. My one question would be cost, of course. And what's the cost? And is it available to regular people like me? Can I pick up some somewhere, or do I need to only be a municipality in order to get my hands on the product? You know, so I really like this. Yeah, when we look at the long-term forecasts for Brazeau County, we can see the dry conditions that are, you know, that we've just endured and that we're going to continue to most likely endure. The dust on our roads now is horrific. And that dust is so thick, that's part of the road. That's part of the gravel. If we can keep that on the road, hey, we keep that surface for a lot longer. So I'm really looking at, you know, bringing something back to council where we can be, where we're experiencing dry conditions like this, that we will be applying dust control to intersections or intermittently on really busy road sections where it's creating a significant hazard for our residents. Sorry, but I have a question for you. Through the REEF to
Yeah.
Public Works Director, what are we spending on salt, and what's the volume of salt we're using per year? I don't expect you to have that in your back pocket, but maybe we can get an idea of what that looks like. And could we reduce it by 30%, say? I'm just throwing numbers out there.
The Region Council, I can definitely look into that. We have, I just heard cost effective a couple times. So I just want to point out, we have done trials of similar products in the past. I believe about 6 to 8 years ago, there's a time there was a product very similar to this, but it definitely was not cost effective. So as long as that's not a condition, we definitely looked into some options here. And there was some reactivity to some of these environmental products to the higher clay content in our roads too. That was a bit of a concern. Again, just not working in the area, but yeah, I can definitely look into that information and bring that back.
Well, that's partly why we went down the paving road program or the hardtop type program. Particulate 2.5 is dust, which is bad for human health and animal health. And then you've got the crops, and if you drive down 92, I'm not saying go down there, but the trees are all just gray. They're just covered with dust. And I've got an old car in my shop. The dust has come over the trees into my shop and just covered it, even inside with dust. Like it's a significant amount of stuff that's there. So I think that's something that we can look at in the future, but something that, you know, we've got people here, they'll be thinking about it already anyway, and you're listening to us, so, you know, maybe we'll come up with some solutions. But talking to other municipalities is always good to see what they've done. We've stolen a number of good ideas from other municipalities in the past,
Yeah.
and so that's good. So are we all done with this then? Glenn, what about the ice? Well, yeah. I think we try to minimize it as much as we can, but they might be just doing it just in case. I don't know. That's a discussion you'll have to have with the boys. You know, I'd always err on the side of a little extra is better than a little less. You know, not enough. But if they're really laying it on, Glenn, we'll just have to lay off.
Because we'll definitely hear if
If you go
the other way,
if
right?
you go in the ditch. Glenn?
Yeah, I'm not saying stop at all, but you, just, like I said, a reduction of 30% would be nice to see something like that. Like I said, it just seems like a free-for-all now, but I think it was a good report. I move to receive the updated report to council on no road salt options.
Okay, thanks. Discussion? All those in favor? So that was a good discussion, but no change. 495. How are we doing?
All right, 495. So, two options. The council approved the option 1, which is the removal and placement of Township 495 between 71 and 73, up to $4 million. The funding would be from borrowing. Alternatively, the council direct administration to bring back Township 495 between 71 and 73 to the 2026 interim budget discussions. So during November 21st, 2024 budget meeting, the following motion was made to direct administration bring back the full cost of rehabilitation of Township 495. Motion was passed unanimously. And then we were tasked with investigating the full cost of rehabilitation, so we contracted a third-party geotechnical investigation to look into options and costs, and they did a full scope of analyzing the road and everything underneath, including the boreholes of that. Brought back an update report just regarding timelines of when we could expect information, and then administration scheduled to bring back options for the interim budget. Last meeting, September 2nd, it was asked that we bring this back sooner, which was great timing. September 3rd, administration received the final geotechnical investigation report for Township 495. This report is attached on page 105. So the report includes two option solutions. They first came back just with the one option. Council did ask for options. So the first one, first of all, I guess to note, rehabilitation options available for the road are limited by the poor quality of the existing granular structure. Work will be required to eliminate the deep rutting that's developed over large portions of the road. The most reliable method would be to fully rip, grade, and recompact the existing surface. New granular subgrade is recommended before placement of a paved asphalt surface. So there is a less reliable, shorter-term option of an asphalt overlay without removal of the existing granular base. So the first option, the reconstruction, removal, and replacement, is a 20-year pavement design. That on the attached report, that's pages 6 to 10, 0.7.2, and that's the estimated cost of $4 million. The alternative option was the asphalt overlay, which has a 7 to 10 year life estimate. That was on the attached report, pages 10 to 11, and that was an estimated cost of $2 million. I just want to point out that this would not be able to be completed in-house. We just don't have the in-house resources for this project of this magnitude. Financially, funding would be entirely through borrowing at this time. Finance has given example terms, which are provided below. We've seen in the past we've done borrowing for 15 to 20 years. So if council directs the project be funded through borrowing, it would be referred to finance for the preparation of a borrowing bylaw. That bylaw could take upwards of 5 to 6 months, as there is a process to that. On a previous meeting, we just talked about new information on the STIP program and areas of funding on that. It was noted that they have resource roads on that. It was a thought that perhaps this road would fall under that, and there may be funding available. That's something to consider as well.
Yeah, we did get funding like Range Road 81 at the Violet Grove dump going south back in the old days there, and it was resource road funding.
Okay.
Ed Stelmach gave us, I think, about $1.5 million back then.
Yeah.
Kara?
Yeah, and even $1.5 million would still help, would go a long ways on a project like this one. When was this road, and it may have stayed in here and I probably missed it, but when was this road rebuilt? Because that's when all the issues started. Was it 2015?
I have
2014?
17.
Oh, I don't think it was that soon.
Yeah, it was,
Was it 2017?
yeah, I think
It was the
that
same time that we redid the road into the lagoon. Yeah, I'm getting ahead nod? 2018, okay. So the issue, if you remember with this road, is when it was rebuilt in 2017, it was done with, I don't know how else to put it, but crappy material.
It was wet, yeah.
Yeah, it was just crappy material, and this is where we're at. We've been fighting with this road since 2017, and the amount of money that's been thrown at this is insane, and it needs to be fixed properly because we keep sticking a Band-Aid on a wound that keeps bleeding. We've tried, if you remember, Reeve, that we even tried to stick the stabilization, we injected it even further, and it's still falling apart because
Yeah.
the base is crap.
No, I agree.
Okay.
It's, has to be done, it's just when. Do we go out right now when prices are high?
No, I would not be at all, I don't think anybody on council would be for going out right now because we know exactly what tenders are like this time of the year. It's insane. You're paying, if not double, triple what you should be paying, so. As much as this frustrates me, I think the best option would be to be included in the 2026 budget for consideration for the 2026 construction season. I mean, in all honesty and with some common sense, we're not, even if we rip the road apart right now, we're not gonna be finished before it starts to snow, so. Trust me, if everything aligned, I would love to get this road fixed, but
We'll get some more comments here, but I think the movement sounds like we're moving to the budget discussions for this.
well,
Dallas?
it would just, we wouldn't financially make sense at this point.
Right.
With tendering coming in.
Dallas?
Yes, sir. Yeah, through the chair to the Director of Public Works. Would it be possible for us to tackle this job in-house and break it into smaller chunks? So instead of doing it all at one shot, we break it into a series of different segments, and we do 200 meters at a time, and because if we tender it out, I mean, I quote projects, and I will not quote a project unless there's at least 30% profit in there. Some people are quoting, a lot higher. So is that a possibility for us?
The review to council, it's not recommended. A couple of reasons. We have touched this road a number of times. That's why we've done a full third-party geotechnical investigation. I think if you were to touch it again and you would want to do it as per recommended. It is include asphalt, which is not something we can do in-house as well. We do have some existing in-house priorities already for the coming year, so timeliness could be a thing. If we're wanting it done next year, that's not something we can commit to in-house either.
Okay, the other thing that I would just question is, I'd really like to see a full history. I'd like to see what the cost is, full history rehabilitation, what the whole deal is on it.
The review to council, I can provide that. We had a road request workshop last spring.
Yeah.
And in that booklet, there was a full history of all the motions from beginning to end, as well as the costs and what we've done.
Okay.
So I can email that out again.
Okay,
after
if I
council.
have it, I'll find it.
Yeah.
No
problem.
issue. Okay, I just wondered if that was all-inclusive. And I just have one question for Colin, if I could.
Go ahead.
Our Chief Financial Officer. Why would it take 5 to 6 months to get a bylaw in for borrowing?
We always pass a borrowing bylaw for around 2 million every year, just in case, right, Colin?
Yeah, so so that is a bit of it. We have a line of credit, revolving line of credit that we pass each year with TD there, I believe, and that's for $2 million. So that's for the operating side of things. And so on this capital side of thing, the timing of which it goes is essentially we'd receive the first reading, and then we need to advertise for 2 consecutive weeks, and then allow another 2 consecutive weeks, or a full 30-day petition period, where those in the public may want to submit something either to council or if there was a court application going on there. Then we would get the next month's application period, which would be mid-month the following month, and then you would hear about it about 2 to 3 months later. So it may not be quite 5 months, but it would be at minimum, I would say probably a 3 to 4 month period is what it would take.
What's the interest rates we're kind of getting when we borrow?
I believe actually on the last page
On the borrowing side, not on what we make.
Yes, so on page 104 of your agenda.
Is that in there?
Yeah, PIPA has included a schedule ranging from 5 to 20 years, and so I had grabbed these on September 8th. And so currently, these are the rates and the corresponding interest that would be related to them as of September 8th.
Okay. Anthony and then Glenn?
I think when this road was built, we used, as Kara's pointed out, some dirt that was less than ideal. Also, what happened is, I believe, from my recollection, it was also a year that it wasn't exactly the drier type year, it was one of our more moist type years. And so there was some issues with having to work when the ground was less than ideal. And so it probably had the higher moisture content. If you look at some of these test results, it suggests that there's higher, at least I read it as having higher moisture levels in it, and some of it's coming in from the cracking, they're saying, but I suspect some of it was also from the time of construction, perhaps. And then I saw in a couple of these test holes, it says peat, organic matter was found in one of the spots, considerable organic matter on page 132, and some of the other places that I also had saw, page 131, some more. So I'm thinking, why did we leave this type of material in the ground when our crew did the work? Because that was only, in my opinion, kind of asking for trouble if you're leaving the kind of stuff in the ground. Usually that's what happened in the early days where they just buried everything. But I think when we're rebuilding, we should be making sure that we're doing it with a long-term solution. And some of these results, these test holes, seem to suggest that we didn't quite carry that out at that time. And so I think there's some inherent problems, that based on our own efforts that we put into that road, of why we're having some of these problems. And as far as the borrowing, I think we've put enough money into this road from the standpoint of doing borrowing. The cost of borrowing is going to add another $2 million to this road. So when we do the work, we should be doing it at pay-as-you-go and not adding another $2 million to the cost of the road by interest.
Glenn?
This is the white elephant for Brazeau County. This road has been, I think, 30 years of, as long as I can remember, they've been talking about this road in the newspapers and everything else. This road, this road, this road, and we've just been putting Band-Aid after Band-Aid. I think we're out of Band-Aids now, and we're going to have to just face the fact that made a big mistake, and we need to fix it. And I am willing to, take a hard look at the budget and go, what do we need to get rid of to deal with this? But next year, I don't want to borrow at the same time. It doesn't make sense to borrow $2 million to pull this one off. But I agree, it's a big priority. It's a high priority road. Egg on our face the whole way. It's unreal how this has gone down. But yeah, I'm glad that the drilling reports confirm what we know. So we know what we have to do here.
Yeah, I think that's a consensus, that we have to do it right, which is what'll be required. It's just when do you do it? So, what do you want to do, folks? You want to put it on the budget for next year to get it going? Anthony, I'll go to you, and then, or Donna, you haven't spoken much lately. Okay.
Anthony's probably.
No, I was
No, go ahead, Donna.
Oh. I move that council direct administration to bring back the Township Road 495 between Range Road 71 and 73 to the 2026 interim budget discussions for consideration.
Discussion? All those in favor? Okay, carried unanimous. Wow. Did I miss any delegations here? Oh, I'm right on time here. FCS annual report. There you are.
Is it on now? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just find
You have to be about 6 or 8 inches or talk
Pretty
quite loud.
close? Yeah.
Yes, very
Okay,
good.
there we go. Okay. Just checking this out here. Okay. My name is Jen Finn. I am the FCSS manager for Drayton Valley and District FCSS. Thank you for having me here. Today I'm presenting our 2024 FCSS annual report. I know it seems late for a 2024 report. So our fiscal year ends in December, and then we do like our auditing in April, or like our fiscal stuff, and then we report to the province, and then the province has to approve the report. So we just got approval near the end of August. So that's why I'm presenting on 2024 today. So I will briefly review our local FCSS and go over some of our strategic priorities, and then I'll go over our 2024 financial and outcome report. So Drayton Valley and District FCSS is a partnership between the province of Alberta, the town of Drayton Valley, Brazeau County, and Parkland County. We provide services in those areas. Since 1998, we've delivered prevention-based services that strengthen individuals, families, and communities. Our office, we have our FTE is 2.6, and we have 2 casual home support workers. So our service delivery model, we provide services to our community in 3 ways. Directly, FCSS provides support through referrals, systems navigation, and programming based on the identified priorities of belonging, building empathy, access to supports, and mental wellness. Indirectly, we support community organizations to deliver programming through our grant funding. Our identified priorities for this are connection, volunteerism, and mental health. And our third component is community development. So our role in community development include collaborating, supporting, encouraging coordination on community issues. Our priorities for this include poverty and income equality, mental health and wellness, housing and homelessness, and community gathering spaces. So moving on to our operating budget. Here we go. So the total operating budget for 2024 was just over $450,000. As you guys know, FCSS finances are an 80-20 split, so the province provides 80% of the funding and then 20% comes from the municipalities. So the town of Drayton Valley contributed just over $46,000 in addition to its $184,000 provincial grant. Brazeau County contributed just over $34,000 in addition to its $136,000 provincial grant. And Parkland County contributed approximately $7,000 in addition to its $29,000 provincial grant. So we had about $15,000 in revenues last year from home support, and we ended up ending the year with a surplus of about $12,000 because we had some grant funds returned back to us. We just received approval from the province a few weeks ago to carry that $12,000 surplus into this year, so we've added it to our grant funds for 2025. So moving on to our expenses. So the budget provided $120,000 to our grant program in 2024. We did 2 grant runs that year. We did a winter and a spring. The total requests that we received from the community were $275,000, so we weren't able to grant out all of the requests. Our board had a big job on their hands to make some decisions. We did provide 15 external programs funding, including the ones listed here on this slide. I'll just highlight a few of them. So $25,000 was allocated to the Wildrose School Division for the Family Wellness Program in local schools. Family Wellness provides short-term assistance to students and their families by providing emotional, behavioral, and social support to help foster resiliency. The Drayton Valley and Area Community Food Bank, they were a new grantor. We'd never provided them grant funding before. They received $17,333 for their volunteer connector position. This supports our priority of volunteerism and creating a sense of belonging in the community. And $16,000 was granted to the Drayton Valley Community Learning for their community connections and newcomer support team. And the outcome of those projects is to create belonging and connection in the community and to those who are new to Drayton Valley and provide a central place where newcomers can go to access information and resources. So after the $120,000, the remainder of the budget is just over $330,000. So this funded many different initiatives that we provided internally to the community. All of these on here, quite a bit little programs that we provide through our office here. I'll just highlight a couple of them from our provincial report. And on that provincial report, you'll see there's certain amounts allocated to different programs. Just to note that that includes like admin costs, staff time, program supplies. They're all kind of lumped into those. So here we go. Here's some. So our home support program. Our home support program is designed to assist individuals in remaining in their homes, reducing isolation and reducing the necessity for higher levels of care. We provide non-medical home support and companionship to community members in their residences. In 2024, we provided this program to 7 seniors in Brazeau County. $35,765 was the total program spending, and we had around $15,000 of revenues for that program. $51,900 was spent on information and navigation for seniors resources. So this is services such as assisting with paperwork, forms, navigating, helping people apply for CPP when they're ready to retire through Service Canada. We help with Blue Cross, Alberta Seniors Benefits. We provide tax assistance and help filling out housing applications for places like Wishing Well or The Lodge. We offer this program in our office, but we also do like seniors outreach, mobile outreach, so we travel to different seniors residents throughout the community to help people there too. We estimate referrals and resources were requested through our office approximately 2,300 times in 2024, and about a third of those were for county residents, so about 760. And then there's also, underneath here, we offer that program too for non-seniors, so just regular community adults. We also worked at building networks, partnerships, and collaborations to help us collectively identify and address community concerns. 26,000 was allocated to this. Some of those collaborations are like the Healthy Community Coalition, the Community Parenting Coalition, Newcomer Support Team, Case Development Group, and the Education and Awareness Working Group. So we provided a variety of workshops. 12,750 was allocated to that. For community members, we had information sessions from CRA. We had Service Canada visit multiple times. We did community pop-up presentations on seniors benefits. We did sessions on community resources. We worked with Wild Rose School Division to host internet safety workshop. We did some elder abuse workshops, and we also hosted a Care and Prepare workshop series. For service providers, we hosted a Safe Talk course and provided assistance at the Managing Wildfire Anxiety session. The last program I just wanted to highlight up here is our Making Financial Sense program. So we've been offering that program for about 15 years now. It's a free program for community members. It is mandatory for residents in the town's affordable housing program. And topics included in the sessions were things like job planning, budgeting, home and auto insurance, tax information, estate planning, online digital safety, renting, eating healthy on a budget, understanding your credit, how to buy your first home, and financial planning. So we had 14 participants in that program, 11 sessions, and 50 volunteer hours. Okay, so summing up our stats, there's a combined total of 23,320 participants through our direct and indirect programs, as well as 212 volunteers contributed 11,051 volunteer hours. It seems like a really high number for the population that we have here, but keep in mind, so this is from all of our programs and then all of the programs that we provide grant funding to, so they're not unique individuals, it's just the number of participations in all of those programs. So I just wanted to end my presentation by sharing this new impact tool that's been created by the FCSS Association of Alberta. FCSS impacts are often invisible. They're measured by crises that don't happen. Through prevention, FCSS programs help address health and social issues before they can escalate into lifelong issues. Prevention is powerful, and our work helps build a safer, stronger, more connected communities. The FCSS AA has been collecting data from across the province to showcase the impacts we have on our communities. So I would just encourage you to scan the QR code. You can search Brazeau County specifically, and then it will have the stats that I've reported from Brazeau County, as well as what Breton has put in for Brazeau County. And as the tool continues to develop and more information is collected, the association will work towards creating statistics that help tell the stories of prevention and highlight the value of the work that we do.
Any questions? Donna?
I just want to give kudos to FCSS. They're really an amazing program. Thank you for all you do.
That goes for all of council. Big heart. Yeah. Glenn?
Thank you, Reeve. So I was talking to the ladies from the Pembina Crisis Connection Society, and they said that their budget has been cut substantially, and that's why they're trying to do the Purple Lights Gala. What was the thinking on taking or cutting some of that funding from them, I guess?
The board still provided them with some funding last year. They applied a little bit differently than they normally had. They used to apply for operational funds. Last year, I think they applied through Alberta Council, and they just broke it down into specific projects.
Okay.
Yeah. The board has some really hard decisions to make at our grant meetings. As you can see, we got $275,000 was requested, and we had $120,000 to grant out. So difficult decisions.
Yeah, that one struck me as odd because that's such an important organization, but I didn't understand the process that they'd use that Alberta Council probably because the town had offered it for free, and then I guess that was, okay. Yeah, I'll try to make sense of it. Thank you.
Anthony?
Maybe these numbers are available, like when we scan that code, but would you be able to tell us how many residents from Brazeau County, Drayton Valley, Parkland County have been drawing on these services?
I can get the exact numbers and provide them to you, yeah.
Because I think if it's a public report that's in our council agenda, it would be nice to have had those numbers too.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can do that for you.
Motion to receive FCSS report for information? Just a minute, I gotta shut it off. I gotta shut it off here somehow. Okay, I'm done. Anthony?
I move to receive the FCSS report for information.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Okay, where did we leave off? Solar plant, solar changes.
Back in front of council on a previously approved project, the SAS planned solar changes. Initial discussions with this solar company and further details outlined some challenges about placement of the solar panels. We felt it was important to bring back an updated plan that will optimize solar production at the site. The new proposed solar panel configuration will meet all electrical demands for the treatment facility. So the motion was made previously to mount solar on the wall. We're going to move the windows, install the wall, which we've about completed that portion of removing the windows, installing the wall. But then further discussions determined that solar placement there would not adequately provide enough for what we need for that facility. So the new solution is with a ground mount solar system. Historically, the county is a good success in securing grants for projects like this. So we feel there's a good chance grant money will be received that will offset the county's capital investment and therefore reduce the return on the investment if the full grant of 30,000 plus is realized. The return on investment based on historical numbers at the site may be as little as 5 years, which would be great. So we're looking for council to approve option 1, which is to install a ground mount solar system, adding an additional 50,000 for the installation of the ground mount solar system and 6,000 for fencing the solar array with funding from engineered structures.
Your size 10 to 20% extra. I don't know if you've done that or not, because you don't get peak power all day. You get peak power from 11 till 3 roughly. My system is just a little bit bigger than this, and I'm averaging over $2,000 a month revenue into my pocket with 0 power bill. All right, so I would suggest if you can maximize it, do that, because the difference happens when you shift from having the surplus that goes into the grid. You're getting paid 30 cents for that. And that's where you really make the money on the solar, is that surplus power that you go. So I would just suggest you do that, because that's going to make the difference on revenue generation. So you can't go too much, but you can go 10 to 20% usually over what you actually need, because you're only going to get what you need at the peak time. In the morning and in the evenings, you're not generating much power. So.
To the Reeve, I
ahead.
believe the offset that was created into this quote was about 124%, so that was taking into account.
Okay, so you've done that, great. Then you just shut everything off and you just collect solar money. Anthony?
If this project's approved, when would it be completed?
Through the Reeve to Councillor Heinrichs, I'd be working with the contractor to establish that, but I believe their hopes and their plans would be to try to get it done this year.
So before winter?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Glenn?
Through the reeve to the utilities supervisor, I'm glad you caught this, and good work. I move to approve option 1, install a ground mount solar system, add in an additional $50,000 for the installation of a 66 kilowatt ground mount solar system, and $6,000 for fencing the solar array with the funding from engineered structures. Sorry, my phone.
Is there somebody out there just calling me to make me look bad here? Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. People do that, you know. You'll be on stage, you're going to make a speech, and somebody will call you. Shut it off. I thought I did.
All right, Andy and I here now for Anderson Gravel Pit and Access Road. On February 18th, 2025, the following motion was passed to direct administration to proceed with further detailed evaluation of an alternative option to access Anderson Pit for future development. Administration taken that as far as we can, so we are looking for funds today to continue that route. Dunnington Pit administration is using a lease road through the adjacent property to the east to get to the supply of gravel. There is a cost to using this road based on the yearly agreement to use between January 1st and March 31st only. Crusher can be moved in any time, but haul of gravel is limited to this period only, and the contractor availability for crushing does not align with the time frame. Another concern with the current Dunnington gravel pit is the owner restricts use of private roads due to possible movement settlement due to heavy load traffic. Administration's challenge due to an annual negotiation requirement, which causes some uncertainty year to year. Range Road 81 ends at Township 474 and currently doesn't provide access to the Dunnington Pit, necessitating the development of an additional road segment. Administration is pursuing Anderson Gravel Pit as an alternative to this one, primarily motivated by cost considerations, the possibility of in-house construction, and avoiding the addition of new assets which equate to costs. The proposed gravel pit can potentially be operational within 2 years. Additionally, the proposal aims to enhance the longevity and quality of pit material, which could impact the long-term viability and success of the project. The land is currently undeveloped but accessible from Range Road 75 and Township 482. Brazeau County staff have pursued the option as far as we can, as we mentioned, based on Council's previous motion, and now we require approved funding to proceed with the Conservation and Reclamation Business Plan. So this CRBP is required to operate and maintain the proposed gravel pit. A consulting engineer would be hired to complete this business plan for the proposed Anderson Pit. And so I do have a few changes in costs, though. At the time of doing this report, we were still doing a bit of figuring out of costs and some analysis. So with our recommended actions, Part A, approve hiring a consultant to complete the Conservation and Reclamation Business Plan in the amount of $250,000. So that is changed to $125,000. Funding from reallocation from restricted reserves. Project Road 0300. And then Part B, approve upgrading of access road to gravel pit in the amount of, instead of $250,000, that would be $375,000. So the total cost required is $500,000. The allocation that, we've just narrowed that down to reflect actuals. And so we're asking for these funds to come from restricted reserve project, which was the initial Dunnington Pit Road, which there's approximately 1.2 million in there, reallocating 500,000 of it to this option instead.
So you said that consulting dropped 120,000 or down to 120,000?
It didn't necessarily drop, but we put in numbers due to the time frame of me having to get a report to council. The accurate numbers, yeah, the consulting would be 125,000, not 250.
Reasonable, but still a lot, it seems, just for designing a pit.
Yeah.
And that's just the design, not the actual reclamation work.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be a consultant. Kara?
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, just two questions. Was this budgeted for in 2025? And then the second question piggybacks on that. Is this something that should be put into the 2026 budget?
Through reach to council, it was not budgeted for. We got direction from council to move forward investigating this, and I did not ask for budget money for this at the time.
So then we may want to put it onto the budget, Kara.
Through the chair to administration, if we put it into the 2026 budget, would this cause any issues for administration or for our gravel supply?
Yeah, through brief to council, there is, it is a priority to start working on this as soon as possible regarding timelines of investigations and when things need to be done. Ideally, we would love to start working on this in the winter for permitting reasons. And there is already money allocated to the alternative, the Dunnington Pit Road, which we're not able to pursue. So it would just be a reallocation, not asking for new funds, a reallocation of those funds, a portion of those funds to this project.
Thank you. I'm satisfied with the response if it was to go ahead today.
What's that, Kara?
I said I would be in favor of this to go ahead today with the explanation given by staff.
Glenn?
Yeah, it said operational. If the Anderson gravel pit is not developed in the next 2 years, administration will face a shortage of gravel or buy at a premium price to meet gravel demand for operation and maintenance work. So we have to do it. This is bite the bullet anyways, so I move. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Anthony.
With what you just said, I'm a little confused. You said that we have some other monies that we would be moving over from the other road project that may not be getting done then. So would that reduce these numbers, or how is, like, I'm a little confused, but if we got other monies we're bringing in, why are we taking this from the road restricted? Or, you know, that's what I'm not sure.
Through reach to council, we're taking it from the road restricted reserves project, road 0300. So that road 0300 is a Dunnington pit. So council previously passed a motion to have approximately 1.2 million approved for that road due to land acquisition, due to the high cost of it, and due to the quality of material down there. It was brought forward to council previously to look into this Anderson pit option. So we're looking to pursue this Anderson pit option. We're not asking for new money on top of the already allocated one. We're looking to move it from the Dunnington Pit Road that was already approved, move those funds to this project instead. Okay. And it would be a total of 500,000 alternative than the 1.2 plus that was initially thought for the other option.
But these two numbers don't add up to 500, they add up to 300,000.
Sorry,
The two numbers that you-
375,000 and 125,000?
Oh, 375, I had 275.
Oh, okay.
Is that because the change in the number from 250 to 120?
It was a poor estimate. I was down to a timeline of getting the report to council, and I knew there was an estimate of about 500,000 as I was allocated. We had a few more days of narrowing that down, so bringing you the actuals today.
Are you guys good? Yep. Glenn?
I move to approve the hiring a consultant to complete conservation and reclamation business plan, CRBP, in the amount of $125,000, funding from reallocation from restricted reserves project road 0300.
Just
Oh,
yeah.
put what together? You want both of them? Okay, I see what you're saying. Also, Part B, approve funding upgrades of access road to gravel pit in the amount of $375,000, funding from reallocation from restricted reserves projects road 300 for in-house road construction staff and equipment.
So before I call the question, is there not a value, once that pit is reclaimed, for some sort of a recreational opportunity or an asset for the county? If we don't build a road, we're not going to continue paying a guy just for recreational use. But is there a value to building the road there for future recreation opportunities, instead of just doing it on a temporary basis in a way to get the gravel out reclaim it, and then we don't have access to it anymore. I'm just throwing that out to council. You follow what I'm saying? So you're gonna have a big pit down there that you can't, right now, the only way to get to it is to go through, well, I guess it'd be the landowner down there, his place on a rental basis for 3 months of the year, correct? So in the future, when it's all reclaimed and it's a conservation pit, we won't have a road there to get to it. You follow now? Glenn?
Through the
Rick?
reeve to administration, can you just clarify that so I understand?
Reeve to
point.
council, we're not looking to reclaim that pit at this time. There is the option always to build that road there. It is due to the topography there, and it was a large cost. There was a large bridge culvert file needed. There was a large amount of land required that it didn't seem like it was going to be successful in acquiring. So there's a number of factors there that didn't make it feasible at this time with this option of Brazeau County owned land, which had a longer longevity of gravel in it.
Right now, we have to rent access to get to that pit right now. To get a... Go ahead. Ben?
So from what I understand, this money is just to start doing the Anderson pit. It has nothing to do with the Dunnington pit. This isn't to reclaim the Dunnington pit or to build the road down there. This is to start the new pit?
The Reeve to council, yes.
Okay, so what is your concern then? We're not talking about the Dunnington pit. We're not doing anything with that.
This is the one that from what I read, we have to rent access to get down to this new pit.
No, this is a brand-new pit on top of the road, so we will have legal access to this pit.
The Reeve to council, I apologize for the confusion. How we are currently accessing Dunnington pit, there was a road a while ago that was washed out, no longer
Yeah.
accessible. So we were looking into options of building one through. It was a previous motion was made, February 2025 by council, to not pursue that option and to look into the Anderson pit option for a number of reasons. It was much more of an appealing option for the county long-term. So we're looking at taking that quarter, making that our gravel pit and building a road access into that one. Not reclaiming Dunnington at this time, but pursuing a different avenue here for longer gravel use for the county.
So we won't be having to pay rent on a road?
No, through Reeve to council, we currently do, and this option eliminates.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah.
That's the confusion I had.
Okay, sorry about that.
So we won't be having to pay rent on that road once we build this new road?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm still confused, but go ahead, Anthony.
Is this property within a recreation area for our parks and recreation areas?
It's Brazeau County owned land, and I don't believe it's in a parks area.
Well, parks
Is it?
areas west of the bridge, or pardon me, north of the bridge, and the recreation areas south or east of the bridge?
The Anderson's pit?
Well, that's why I'm wondering if our recreation area goes far enough down to cover that,
That's county-owned land.
right?
Yep.
But it's not within the recreation area. That's what I'm not sure.
Reeve to council, I'd have to bring that overlay on the maps up.
Okay, just that's all clarified. But I mean, I agree that what the Bart had said earlier, if when we eventually reclaim this pit, years down the road, it'd be good to have a good road access in right away so that it can be utilized for the recreation uses that may be options in the future, rather than, again, having to spend money at that time to, rebuild a road for that purpose. And in the meantime, we're doing hauling out of there, perhaps on less than ideal roads too.
That joins up to the pavement, right? It joins up to the pavement on top of the hill there on 81, eh?
Yeah.
The other thing I just wanted to clarify was, you said we're running out of gravel, but that's just out of that area. We're not running out of gravel in Anthony's area or those particular, that's just that particular area?
Through Reeve to council in our developed pits, so not speaking just at Dunnington, but even in the Buckholz, we expected a 2-year life span with what we have right now. So we're just looking at areas to continue to crush it and have a
But
supply.
it has nothing to do with the east side?
No.
Great, okay. I just didn't want to have people fearful that we're running out of gravel.
The Reeve to Council, there was a report February 18th, 2025 to Council, which identified the Dunnington versus Anderson comparisons at that time, just to provide Council with a bit of a background regarding in-house capability versus contracting out. So the Dunnington Pit project cost, it wasn't able to be done in-house, and it had approximately, it was looking up towards, at that time, $2.5 million, because there was a bridge file, required an engineer culvert, where this option here, Anderson, could be done in-house for a lot lower pricing. Land requirement for the Dunnington pits, we required land from the Crown, as well as from some residential land, and able to develop that, whereas this option doesn't require any additional land, we only own the land. The reserves in it, there was 1.6 million ton reserves in Dunnington, where there's approximately 2.5 million tons in Anderson. We just addressed the underground utilities in the area, the road maintenance cost, so the future ongoing road maintenance cost, the level of complexity, accessibility from the shop, so there was 24 kilometers to Dunnington, 14 to Anderson. Environmental impact, we talked about the length of road that would need to be built, so there's a few options discussed at that time about pros and cons of each scenario.
So I'm not an engineer, but when I'm digging my dugouts, I landscape them as I go. Are we not doing that when we're digging for gravel? Are we not, like, reclaiming it at the same time that we're taking the gravel? So, you put 2-to-1 slopes and things like that, and instead of having to go back and then reclaim it again. That, to me, it seems like if we can reclaim it as we're going, as we're harvesting the gravel, and sloping it and putting it into a state that will basically meet the environmental standards. Is that what we do, or?
Yes, we do that as we move along. So, so the consultant is actually going to provide us with the excavation plan as well as the reclamation plan. So they're going to divide the whole quarter section into different phases. So we are not going to just go in and start excavating from wherever we want to. So there are going to be different, I believe they are going to be 8 phases. So we start from phase 1. We dug out all our whatever gravel we need, and as we go deep, so we actually maintain 3:1 slope down there. But then the reclamation plan is the whole big picture that we are going to do once we are fully done with the whole quarter section.
Okay, I just thought if that plan was laid out in a way that you would be reclaiming and gathering the gravel at the same point, at the same time, trying to fit into that picture that you've got on the whole quarter.
So, there have been few gravel pits which we have reclaimed in the last few years since I've been with the county. So we reclaimed those once all the gravel had been all taken out, and we had just put the whole project to the bed then.
Okay. I'll learn how to dig a dugout better. Go ahead, Anthony. We got 11 o'clock as well.
Yeah, but to follow your point, some of the other companies that are doing the reclamation now and that are doing the gravel extraction in our county are doing exactly, I think, what you're talking about, where when they're digging it out of here and they've completed, when they're starting the next place, they're moving the excess dirt, not the topsoil, but the clay and the like, into this place to really start filling it up again. And if they're knowing that they're going to have 10 ponds or whatever the number of ponds, they're already planning for those ponds and strategically planning them so they best fit the situation, and perhaps even for the future uses like recreation. So I think we're doing that too, aren't we?
Once the consultant, it's going to be part of that, we can let the consultant know that this is our plan. So they can come up with, if we can develop this park, this quarter section into a future a recreational park too.
All good? So what were you looking for here? Oh, we got the motion on the floor, right? I knew I was forgetting something. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. All right, so it's 11 o'clock. This is a public input session right now. It gives the public, whether you're online or in the gallery, an opportunity to bring forward any issue that you think may be relevant. If you got a problem, hopefully you've got a suggested solution that comes along with it. So the floor is open. Anybody online, Tina? Nobody online, sir. We got to start livening up this council here, so it makes it more interesting. Go ahead, state your name for the record. And
For sure. My name is Brandon Burgess. I'm the Executive Director for the Drayton Valley Health Foundation.
Okay.
And I just wanted to take the time here today to express our gratitude for the golf tournament hosted by Brazeau County and the town of Drayton Valley. In case anybody was unaware, the tournament resulted in over $17,000 raised for our simulation project that we're currently fundraising for. And just for a little bit of context, that simulation lab is meant to, excuse me, enhance the education for the students that are going through our RN and healthcare aid programs provided by the town. The purpose of the sim lab is meant to service an area of Brazeau County and some of the smaller municipalities that are around. So I just wanted to express our gratitude on behalf of the foundation for the county and the town taking the initiative to put that tournament together and choosing us to benefit from the funds raised. So,
great. Well, thanks for coming in and acknowledging that. We appreciate that. There was a lot of work. Kara and Glenn and the town staff did a lot of work to make that a success, and hopefully we can carry that tradition on.
well, we'd be happy to be a part of it and help out and continue fundraising for our healthcare needs within the county, and you know, we'd love to do it again sometime.
They're working on a Save Bart program right now, so.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for coming in. Glenn, did you have something to say?
I just want to thank you guys for coming and participating in the event too with the chipping competition. It was appreciated. Question, I know that you're off the mic, but I was curious how much you raised off of that.
You should explain what we were chipping.
Oh, we were chipping in, what were we chipping into? It was bedpans.
We had bedpans set up for the chipping competition, so everybody got 3 shots in order to try and get in. And we had a little bit of a raffle for a wonderful sort of oaken barrel wine holder and 4 bottles of wine. We actually raised just over $1,000 with that chip in alone. So that brings the total to about $18,000.
Is that the old steel ones that have an enamel coating on them?
I think it was just the steel ones. Don't know if the enamel was there. But that was mainly due to the ideas at the board meeting that we had. So it was our chair and our administrative officer and everybody that kind of came up with it. And yeah, we had, who would have thought that having a square machine would be so important at a golf tournament?
Yes. Well, you'd think the balls would bounce out of it too, though, because it's metal, eh?
We were a little lenient because they were bouncing out. So if you got it in and it bounced out, that counted for a draw towards the raffle. And, you know, we want to make sure everybody has their fair shot
Put some
at
dirt in it next time.
Yeah, well, we're hoping to make it a little bit of a tradition at any tournament that we go to. So,
Good.
but awesome. Thank you.
Having fun and raising money. Good deal. All right, anybody else got any issues here that they want to share with council? Yeah, go ahead and speak into the microphone there. And
this may not be something the council necessarily needs to hear about, but my name is Nat Mahan. As a man of the trees, I'm an arborist by trade. And as I'm driving down the roads within our beautiful county, I can't help but notice the odd dead tree in a severely, severely hazardous location where it could result in a fire or striking a vehicle that's passing by at random. Now, I have had a few discussions with Dave in Public Works, and he even went as far as giving me a work order number to address a few of the threats, but I don't feel that I meet minimum county requirements as a contractor to do that. And on top of that, I would just like to know, do we actually have a shortage of capable people within this county that can look after that threat of a tree that's 100 feet tall randomly tipping onto a highway because it's standing dead?
you know, I've counted up a few, but I don't know if we have enough. I can only relate to what you're talking about there. It's dangerous falling trees, especially dead ones. You can have the tops come off and knock you on the noggin. So, but I don't know if we've got an adequate amount of people that can handle that type of stuff. I know our staff, I think here, the guys there with chainsaws and stuff, they're all trained properly to fall trees, so.
Absolutely. The ones that I'm most concerned about is any windstorm when it first picks up at the beginning of the thunderstorm. You see them waving around and tipping, and some of them are kind of hidden hazards that you don't realize. The root ball is heavy enough to stand them back up when the wind stops. And I'd hate for anybody to ever get harmed by any of those trees, absolutely. But I only thought I'd mention that, Bart, because you said let's liven up the stuff to discuss, and nobody else was stepping forward. So thank you for your time, folks.
Thank you. All right. Manufactured home community taxation, I believe we're on that one right now. 143 of the agenda.
Good morning, Council. As Reeve mentioned, on page 143, there is a request from administration for second and third reading for bylaw 1203-25, known as a manufactured home community taxation bylaw. Council may remember we had brought back some of the comments that we received from the Mobile Park owners and tenants at the last council meeting. In concluding that, we have come forward to request that council give second and third reading to the bylaw that can be found on page 145 and 146 of your agenda. As mentioned previously, this bylaw will come in effect for the 2027 tax year, with residents and owners receiving some information between now and then.
Colin, I also talked to you about preparing a graph over the last 10 years to take a look at our operating expenses and our capital, budgets, and just to see how it's trending on what's going on, like the total amount.
Yes, so I can send that out. Actually, I do got the majority of that. Part of that as well, I'm developing for a package as we head to the elections for this New Year's here. But I do have our, the operating, the revenue that we're bringing in, as well as some other stats and graphs and things like that I'll be sending out.
I thought it would be good for councils. They can use it as an education tool for the public as they're going campaigning. And if they got any questions, it's kind of like a sheet to help educate our public out there. Good idea, Glenn? Go ahead, Glenn.
I was zoned out. I didn't hear any of that, so I'm sorry.
All right, well, thanks for the attention. All right, Colin has this issue on the floor here. You need a motion, second and third reading? Glenn? Oh, the other Glenn, Dallas.
Glenn number 2. So I'll move that Brazeau County Council give second reading to bylaw 1203-25, manufactured home community taxation.
Discussion? All those in favor? Kara?
I move third reading to bylaw 1203-25.
Discussion? All those in favor? Anthony, you were going to do the same thing? Okay. Well, that was quick. What else we got? Métis local. What else are you here for, Colin?
That is all for me, Reeve.
That was all you had? Okay. So are you just going to email that? Okay, good. To everybody. Thanks. Yeah, we can move a delegation. Who's the delegation? Oh.
Reeve, if council so wishes, we can advance the order to remedy appeal on the agenda. I would suggest that we would probably need about 10 or 15 minutes for planning to gather the things and come back into chambers.
Okay, we'll take a break then. Pardon me? Yeah.
So I'll move that Brazeau County Council move delegation at 2:00 p.m. for appeal order for remedy file 23C003 to 11:30.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous.
Quick break.
Yeah, we can take a break, and then we'll come back and we'll fill in some of the stuff with these reports here. The Métis, they're not here, and Glenn, you might want to talk about, pardon me? Oh, Lee, go ahead.
Actually, I'm part of the Truth and Reconciliation Committee, so I've been going to the some of their meetings, and yeah, they are requesting $2,500 for the upcoming National Day of Truth and Reconciliation on September 30th at the CETC. My understanding from their letter, the town of Drayton Valley has committed this much, plus other refreshments and protocols. And of course, the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation is a time to reflect the legacy, residential schools, and the 60 Scoop, honor the survivors and their families, and promote meaningful dialogue and action towards reconciliation. The event will include roundtable discussions with elders and knowledge keepers designed to foster awareness, healing, and unity. I know normally our FIN 7 for events, we cap it at 1,000. Administration is allowed to go that far. Anything above that, we have on occasions gone over the 1,000. So they're asking for 2,500. FIN 7, we've spent 11,900 to date in cash on other events. And if you combine that with in-kind, we have $15,857. We do have a $20,000 budget, so there's still room to take 2,500, but it's up to council what they'd like to do.
Yeah, just because we put a budget there doesn't mean we have to spend it either.
Right.
You know, so I just like to try to stay consistent with other groups, otherwise we'll just keep breaking the rules for everybody. Donna?
I went to this last year, and it was really amazing. I learned a lot that I thought I knew, but I didn't.
I went there too, yeah. But it's up to you guys. We set limits for a reason, right? And if we're gonna continually break them, then we just raise the limit.
Didn't we match this last year? Didn't we do this?
I would have to check on that. I don't recall. I can get an answer for you. We can check.
I don't think it was this much, but I'm pretty sure we matched what Drayton put in.
Rita, do we have that handy? Okay, give us a couple of minutes and she'll find out what we did last year for that.
Go ahead and speak there, Kara.
Thank you. Just two questions. I would be in favor of the $1,000 because I believe that's what we do for all of these groups, and we've been fairly consistent with that. The other piece, and it's just, it might be just a minor concern, but I didn't realize through the chair to administration that Lee, you were involved. Just at the bottom of the paragraph on page 147, it says these funds may be used to cover expenses such as honoraria for elders and knowledge keepers. I'm a little bit uncomfortable with that. I'm not sure council's thoughts on that. Normally, if we give $1,000, I know we don't usually have any strings attached, but it's generally for things like towards food or posters or those things. I just wanted to flag that with council. It's just a little bit uncomfortable with me, so I don't know if there's a better explanation.
Paying people's wages. I know one of the events, when they had the peace ceremony, and they were sitting on the floor inside the Omniplex, was that last year or was that the one before? Because at that time, we were the only ones that gave money. Remember they had the chief there from the old chiefs there? The white guy? You missed that one? But you know who I'm talking about. Okay.
Checking with FIN 7, it didn't come out of FIN 7 last year, so there was nothing in there. So I can't say if we did give anything, if it came out of another account, but I don't have anything, so.
Okay, and whether it's a good event or not, you still have limits of what you do, so. Glenn?
I don't have a problem with this, so I move to approve $2,500 matching funds to support the September 30th, 2025 National Day for Truth and Reconciliation event at the CET, funded by Fin 7.
Kara?
Don't normally do this, but I'm going to follow the procedure bylaw, and it does say if you're going to vote opposed, you have to state your reasons why. My reasons were I would like to stay consistent with the 1,000 that we have been consistently giving to groups and these type of asks. And the other piece is I am very uncomfortable with the usage of resident dollars being put towards honorarias for elders and knowledge keepers.
I could echo your same comments, Kara. Donna?
Yeah, if we give money, we can put something in the motion that it doesn't go to pay honorariums, just towards food or rent or.
No, but once you set a policy up, you follow the policy. If it says 1,000, you follow that. We're breaking the policy right now.
No, I didn't give an amount.
Oh, okay. No, but Glenn's motion is breaking the policy. Good. Anthony?
Lee, and for clarification, out of Fin 7 policy that Glenn is referencing, we've given higher amounts than $1,000, haven't we?
Canada Day, we give $5,000, and, yeah, I know that one stands out, and Breton, $2,500 for Canada Day as well.
So we're not necessarily breaking precedents for what those funds in that Fin 7 are used for?
Well, we're breaking it again. We may have broken it there, but we're breaking it again. The policy says 1,000. So, if nobody's going to make an amendment, then I'll have to call the question. I'm not opposed to supporting them. I'm just opposed to supporting it at the increased amount. Donna, you have something to say?
Well, I would, before you call the question, can I make a friendly amendment? Well, I don't know if it's friendly. To put in the motion that funds are not to go towards any wages or honoraria.
Glenn?
I would accept that friendly amendment.
Okay, I'm still in my position about the funds, the amount. So, Glenn has made the motion. All those in favor? Those opposed? So the motion is lost. Now, that doesn't stop us having another motion for $1,000. Kara?
I move to, I'm just looking for to move forward with $1,000 donation towards the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation event, with the funds not to be spent on honorarias.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. There's that team spirit back. Okay, now it's 11:30. All right, so this is kind of an unusual situation. It's the first, I think, hearing I've ever done in 22 years of serving this community. So I'm following it as it's been laid out for us here. And initially, we'll have a presentation from Kathleen, and then I'll open up the hearing for the appeal hearing. So go ahead. You've got pictures and discussion and.
So good morning, Raven Council. Before we get into anything, I'll have you turn your attention to page 54 of your council agenda. As mentioned by the Reeve, we have not done one of these in recent history. So administration did prepare some recommendations of how to proceed based on research of other municipalities. So since we don't have a bylaw or a policy, I would request that you turn your attention to page 55, the review process. So the review process conducted in a public session, unless confidentiality is required under legislation, and follows the following procedure. Administration will present, county administration provides background on the order and any other relevant information. The applicant will have a chance to present their case and any supporting evidence. Council discussion, and questions to seek clarification. The questions can be either directed to administration or the applicant. Deliberation and decision. Council will deliberate the issue and can have one of the following decisions: confirm the order as issued, vary the order with modifications, substitute the order with alternative options, or cancel the order if it's deemed unnecessary or invalid. The deliberation and decision can be made at the current meeting, or if more time is required, deferred to a later date. However, it should be made in the form of a resolution within a council meeting for record-keeping purposes. The decision will be communicated to the applicant within 30 days of the review of the decision, and council's decision is final unless the applicant seeks judicial review. The county will maintain records of the review request, proceedings, and decision for a minimum of 12 years. This process is outlined for a commitment to ensure a fair and transparent process for reviewing orders to remedy contraventions issued under Section 545 of the Municipal Government Act. The first request I would have to council is, if they agree with this process, to voice that in the form of a motion.
So no questions at this time?
If you have questions on the process, absolutely, but we're just looking at the process in which council would go through for the review of the order to remedy contravention. Just those 2 pages. Yeah, I would need a motion because we don't have a policy, so that's the way I can understand that council agrees to this process and procedure.
Go ahead, Donna.
I move to, adopt the review process and decision and communication as set out in pages 54 to 56, or 55 and 56.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous.
All right, and then one more thing just before we get in. Now that we have a process, the first order of business would be to confirm that council has chosen to confirm the review request. So on page 54 to 55, there is some information about the file. So it was ordered, the order to remedy was mailed on August 15th, and the landowner did confirm that they received it on August 19th. The tenant was provided written notice, the tenant did provide written notice to the Chief Administrative Officer within the 14 legislated days. However, the order to remedy was issued to the landowner and not the tenant. That being said, based on the nature of the contravention and the impact the order of remedy has to Mr. Mahan, administration feels that he has the right to be heard from council and for our council to review the order and the information in front of them. The first decision council should make is whether they will allow the review of the order to remedy to proceed with the tenant requesting the review despite the order of remedy being mailed to the legal landowner. Administration is recommending that council move forward with allowing Mr. Mahan to continue with his request for review and have council review the order to remedy due to the impact it has on the land that he lives on and the operation he has.
Glenn, you got a question?
Just a motion.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Glenn.
I move to confirm the review request for file 23C-003, order to remedy.
Discussion?
Does that cover what you need?
All those in favor? Okay, that's carried unanimous. So we're ready now for my part? Okay, so I'm going to open the hearing for the order to remedy file 23C-003. 3, Plan 2148 KS Lot B Southeast 28, 49, 5, west of the 5th Meridian, 5010 50th Avenue, Lindale, Alberta. So now we're looking, asking for a motion if council will allow for the review of the order to proceed with the tenant despite the order to remember being mailed to the landowner.
That's what you just completed before going
Oh.
into the, yeah.
I didn't say all that, though.
Sorry, I messed up your order. I apologize.
That's all right. So you're going to make a presentation to us now?
Yes, so members of council, I am bringing forward the background information that led up to the order to remedy for this parcel and the file 23C003. On your desk during the break, you would have received an additional package. This was sent by email, but it includes the rainbow tabs. That is how you will be able to identify it. And I will just walk you through what has occurred and led us up to this point. So in April 2023, we received 2 complaints through the phone and an email about concerns of a property in Lindale with wood stacked up and derelict log fence system. The caller also reached out to the fire department as well, and both of the complaints were very similar. In August was the first site visit that was completed, and then additional complaints were received following that first site visit. One of them was a landowner coming into the office with concerns, and then administration received an email from the division counselor who had received a call with concerns about the accumulation. The complaint stated that the wood harvesting operation and there was waste being spread over the property instead of mowing the lawn, and it was a severe fire hazard. So that kind of encompasses what we were looking at. A notice letter was mailed on August 16th, 2023. The notice letter was to remedy the unsightly property for the accumulation of firewood and wood products. The letter provided 2 options for the logs that were along the front of the property to either remove them from the property or top them so they were one even height and apply for a development permit for a fence. The letter also requested that tree roots be removed from the ditch and the amount of wood stored on the property be removed or relocated into an enclosed structure or out of view. I will just highlight that at this point in time, we were working with the policy that stated that if the contravention was not within public view, it would not be proceeding through our bylaws and policy. So just because we have been having some discussions of that lately, just want to provide that timeline and I'll explain it as we go along. The deadline was September 29th, 2023, and there was a bit of a delay there and another complaint received before the community peace officers were able to go out and complete their next site visit. March 5th, there was a warning letter mailed. The warning letter requested pretty much the same thing as the notice letter. The tree roots in the ditch needed to be removed. The amount of wood stored on the property needed to be reduced and relocated inside an enclosed structure or out of view. And the same 2 options for the logs along the front of the property. The deadline was April 11th. On April 10th was an in-person meeting with the tenant, Mr. Mahan, who came into the office with the warning letter. When he came in with the warning letter, we had a discussion with him. Administration was able to confirm that the tree roots or the stumps were on private property and not within the county's ditch. Mr. Mahan was informed that no further action was required for this portion of the request, that it was basically seen to be dealt with. We had a long discussion of options. That was most agreeable was to apply for a fence with a height variance or a storage container, CCAN, on the property. Both options would require going to the Municipal Planning Commission to decide for the approval. They would be the development authority. So based on this, an extension was granted until June 18th to allow the permit to go forward to the June 11th Municipal Planning Commission meeting. Mr. Mahan was informed that the development permit would need to be submitted within the next couple of weeks to ensure that it would make it to the June MPC. Following that discussion, we issued a warning letter extension, basically outlining exactly what we discussed. So the same information I just presented. And I should have mentioned, each of the letters are included within your package. So the notice letter is Appendix A, the warning letter is Appendix B, and the warning extension letter I just mentioned is Appendix C. We did receive a development permit, but later than expected, so June 27th. And the only thing in the permit was to remove and demolish the manufactured home addition and covered deck from the property. The demolishing permit was approved. February 2025 was another site visit. So there was some discussion between June and February on how to proceed. There was discussion amongst with council of how we were going to proceed with the community standards bylaw and the policy and how we wanted to move forward with enforcement. And on March 5th, a final warning letter was issued. The county stated that a review of the county records show no development or permit application had been received for either a fence with a variance or a storage container. The request was to remove all logs and cut firewood or store them in a secure container. So this is where you see the change in language, and that was partly because we had a change in policy and expectation communicated from council to administration. The letter also included another request for the landowner to provide written consent so that we could speak to the tenant. That's Appendix D. On April 3rd, we received that consent from the landowner that we could continue our conversation with Mr. Mahan. In May, we had an inbound phone call to discuss some of the options related to the height variance in compact country residential. Another site visit occurred. We received a decision from the Chief Administrative Officer to proceed with an order to remedy based on those site visits, and completed another site visit with updated photos before proceeding to the order to remedy. The order to remedy was mailed on August 15th. The order provided a history related to the file and two options: to remove all logs and cut firewood, or obtain a development permit for a secure container or structures to store the wood and firewood and relocate the wood and firewood into the secure container or structure. The deadline for that order is September 26th, and that is included in Appendix E. On August 19th, we received a call first from the landowner asking some questions about the order, having discussion of what it was required to obtain a development permit, about the community standards bylaw and the fine structure. Staff stated that an email to the CAO would be considered written notification if mailing in a request for review was a hindrance. A couple days later, we had an inbound call from the tenant, Mr. Mahan, discussions of the development permit related to a storage container or a CCAN within compact country residential. Staff explained it was a discretionary use and would be presented to the Municipal Planning Commission. There was discussion about setbacks. Mr. Mahan did ask if neat piles of firewood would be acceptable, and staff did note that that was no longer an option stated within the order. So then on August 28th, Mr. Mahan did come forward and request a council review of the unsightly premise order, and all of those details are included in Appendix F. The county provided notice of council review. It was emailed. The letter was emailed to Mr. Mahan. The notice requesting confirmation and attendance and any material be submitted by September 10th. So that was issued on September 5th and included in Appendix G. That provides a lot of the history here at the county from our side of the notes that we have. So lots of information, tried to summarize it as best as possible of the process that we have gone through. Just a reminder to council that based on the Municipal Government Act, Section 547, council can either confirm, vary, substitute, or cancel the order. And although we don't want to influence council's decision as administration on how to proceed, we did look at the deadlines and the dates, and due to the appeal process happening today, the applicant would not have sufficient time to obtain a development permit decision prior to September 26, 2025. So administration would like to present an option to council to vary the timeline required to submit and obtain a development permit approval, or development permit decision is what it should say. And that is included on page 7 of the report, but can be discussed at a later date when council, or sorry, not a later date, a later time, once council has heard all of the information from both the applicant and the county and received any clarification, information, or questions that they have. But we just wanted to complete our report in its entirety. I would ask that questions be held until Mr. Mahan has a chance to speak as the applicant.
All done? So now the applicant presentation, Mr. Mahan, it's your turn.
My name is Nat Mahan. My full name is Natchez Bill Mahan on my driver's license. I am the person that lives there. I am the person that made what is being seen as unsightly. Key points that I want to add from what I've just heard from the rundown of the file. The initial 2 complaints that happened that kickstarted this whole process were made by Wendy Berry and Everett Miller. I have a court order against Everett Miller at this time that he is not to have contact, direct or indirect, because during that same timeline that he was making complaints about my firewood out of jealousy and hatred, he had also shot up my home and created a very, very unsafe environment for us to work outside. Hence the reason why some of the things were in the disarray they are. One of the other key points I want to add is when you look over the file from the beginning to where we're at now, in my opinion, because I don't have anything else, my yard has becoming less and less unsightly as time progresses. Unfortunately, any construction project looks a lot like a wound that has to be opened up before it can be repaired. And in my honesty, in my honest opinion, my yard looks worse this year than it did last year because of taking down the log wall and the development of installing sea-cans instead of the beautiful wood. It makes my heart sad, and I bleed internally the thought that we have villainized a beautiful stack of cut firewood to the degree that we have. A heap of firewood thrown in a pile with branches mixed in is unsightly, and it is a fire hazard. But a 1,000-liter crate of firewood neatly stacked, all perfect length with its golden color, in my opinion, is not unsightly. Those are all the comments and thoughts that I have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just looking through all these pictures here. So the last pictures are the state it's in right now, is that correct? That one there?
The last pictures are not up to date, sir. I should have brought more recent pictures.
Do you have this package as well?
I do. I reviewed it, and the last pictures are not up to date. That's pretty close to up to date, that particular section, yes. If it wasn't for the other construction going on in the yard, I would have had the bricks and the rocks placed neatly. That pile of rocks that you see at the base of that wood pile used to be a beautiful cylinder of rocks stacked at the edge of my driveway waiting for the second one until we moved the house trailer out last year. Now I need to restack them. We needed the space that those rocks took in the cylinder to move the house trailer out because it was so big. And therefore now it's 8,000 pounds of rock sitting in a pile instead of neatly stacked.
Did you say there's a sea container there now?
There is, sir. My intentions are to completely block the front of the property off with sea cans covered by my hops, which are a vine that grows 40 feet tall. The log wall that was deemed a fire hazard and frowned upon by very, very few members of the community, but complimented by many members of the community, used to be my vertical garden. I had beans growing up it, I had squash growing up it. Again, I should have taken pictures today because my zucchini squash right now are literally growing over my piles of wood in a very beautiful fashion that I don't find unsightly. My plans for that property one day are to have a new 2-story house sitting back behind that SUV where my tractor is. And eventually that whole front section will be lawn, but at this time, I still need to burn 20 cords of firewood every winter.
In that existing house that's there?
Yes. I also want to mention that fines and orders to remedy, I'm already a very disciplined person and I strive to achieve as much as I can every single day. I handpicked those rocks from the river valley and I intend to make 2 beautiful gate posts out of them. Those are old pictures, it's not even mowed there. That would be from spring. Late spring.
So do we have any recent photos?
Yeah.
No worries. So the pictures are, if you look at the bottom, they are dated in red on the text. So May 29th was the first round. And then July 30th was the next round of photos. Those are all included in the order, which is Appendix E. We did not go out and do photos before this particular appeal hearing to see what the progress was, based on waiting for the deadline or waiting to hear what council's wishes were for moving forward with the order. So I think there's, let me see, there's 4, I think, 3 from the 30th, 3 from the 30th, and 3 from May 29th, or sorry, 4 from May 29th, 2025. And we do understand that when we go out and do complete site visits, it is a snapshot in time and that things can change on the land.
Thank you, Kathleen. I just want to mention that that pile on screen there now is still there, but some of the ones over in the other area of the yard are not there anymore.
So all of these ones are still there, that wall?
Yes. And my strategy on why that firewood is there is for fire protection services to have perfect access and not have to run hoses in the event that something happens and that we can't handle the fire ourselves and that our neighborhood fire brigade can't handle it. We handle most fires in Lyndale ourselves. County Fire Services never reach there in time. And that wood pile has been lit up by that same complainant at a previous time. There is a police file in accordance with it. I'm basically being pushed out of the community, or attempted to be, by the complainants. And the sad thing is the number of complainants versus the number of people that would have given a positive towards the beautiful stacks of wood is night and day difference. There are way less people complaining than there would be complimenting, but unfortunately the squeaky wheel gets the grease because people don't usually phone the county with compliments.
Yeah, I can confirm that.
My goal was to start having people putting in positive comments to the county, but I feel that we're far too late for that already because we're already to this point.
Go ahead, Donna.
Kathleen said that you had the fire chief out.
I haven't yet, unfortunately.
Oh.
I wasn't feeling well last week. I don't know if you noticed in the crowd there, I've been pulling on my neck a lot. I was in really bad shape this last week from working too hard.
Okay. So the fire chief hasn't been out
No,
there?
but that is one of my priority goals, is to get him out, go over our equipment, our firefighting strategies, and our placement, and basically pick his expertise on what his thoughts, feelings, and improvements would be.
So just because I'm new to this process, Kathleen, is there a way to give time to have the fire chief take a look at this? You'd think that would have been something we probably should have done.
So through the chair to council, we did have a conversation as a county with the fire department, and one of the complainants did reach out to the fire department. That conversation with the fire department was under a different file number, so not considered part of the 23C003 file, but a previous file that we had open with concerns of the same property and the same concerns. So we did have a conversation with the fire department. But to answer your question of what you can do, you can vary the order, and that would be varying the deadline. So again, administration had already recommended varying the deadline to allow time for the application to be submitted and the Municipal Planning Commission to hear the application, but it could be varied with multiple things. So it could be varied that a meeting with the fire chief needs to be set up by blank date, whatever date seems acceptable. And then we just need to ensure that each component that is required has a deadline, so that it's very clear to both the applicant and the county what the expectations are. But yes, council has the right to vary the order, and the deadline or the expectations can be included within that.
Do you still plan on cleaning things up?
Absolutely I do, sir. I've been striving to clean that up for the last 3 years since I took possession of it. It's just a big endeavor because of the dirt work and all the rest that had to take place. Before I could drop the first 20-foot sea can, I had to put in $7,000 worth of gravel to bring the grade up 2 feet so that it wasn't sitting in a water hole. Just little things like that really set back a guy because you got to make the money before you can do the development, and then unfortunately it takes time away from work to do the development as well, which is a double whammy. The pile of firewood that's nearest the road, as a future remedy, if it is deemed that that beautiful stack of firewood can't stay on display, basically my solution there would be that stack of firewood is the first one that'll get used. It's already starting to go into my stove now. By, say, late spring, I could have another 40-foot sea can sitting there blocking the view. Now again, in my personal opinion, a sea can looks horrible compared to that beautifully stacked wood. But it would block the view, and then there would be a vessel to put the wood in. I also intend to build a fairly tall gate because of the lay of the land. Again, that's subject to approval. One of the things that threw me off guard that kind of was really disappointing was we can have a wooden garden shed under 180 square feet without having to file for a permit. But as soon as I put that shipping container there, because it's under a different set of rules in this county, now it's open to discretionary approval. Well, my God, if it's not approved, now I'm hauling that expensive thing out, and the trucking was as expensive as the sea can was. And so I'm definitely a little bit worried because the path that I see forward, I chose the shipping box over the garden shed due to it not being burnable, and it won't rot out in a few years on the bottom and become another thing that has to get hauled away. I'm 43 now, and I'm tired of anything built out of wood. I would like everything in my yard to be built out of cement and steel because I'm done with ants, rot, and fire, and all the rest. The only thing left in my yard is the firewood that enters my stove.
Glenn?
So we had an event at Breton, an egg appreciation supper, but our Director of Emergency Management was there, and she was showcasing Fire Smart as well, right? So I did grab some of the public thing, but it showed a picture like this, right? The house and the wood stacked 30 meters or 100 feet away from the house, because that's called the extended zone.
Absolutely.
You want to keep that wood 100 feet away, but yours is right beside your house. It's right beside those buildings, and I think it would be a nightmare for fire services to actually get into that yard. If something ever took off, there's so much mulch on the ground, which is also flammable and also part of the combustion debris, according to this publication. So I'm just thinking that, yeah, it looks like an accident waiting to happen. It would be one thing if it's out at a farm where it's going to impact you and your family. It's a bad choice anyways, but yeah, you're impacting a small community, and if that takes off, it would be something else for those fire people to try to get you guys out of the house if that had to be the case, or to try to get that fire put out, because it would be quite a blaze with that much dry wood stacked up around the house. It should be somewhere else. Like I said, I agree with you. Wood is a terrible construction material when you don't use it properly in a fence. Like I said, I prefer granite, stone fencing, some other material. Not a bad idea for you to have a fence in your yard, but as far as it being made out of wood, that's a poor choice. Like I said, we used to build fences out of wrought iron and granite and limestone, and now we've gone to cut wood. That would never have happened back in the 1800s. That was never something that they did. So I don't know why this is a bad idea. Like I said, Fire Smart is not a great way to go, but you could, like I said, you could have a facility, a Fire Smart facility, or to put it in. A sea can would be one of them, or just a wood shed that was fire smarted. With an you got to have a certain amount of extinguishers too. I mean, on a property like this, you should have an extinguisher at all four corners at all four times, because.
Go ahead, Donna.
Sir, I'd like to address 4 of the points you made there, sir. First one is, there is no wood within 100 feet of my house, except the wood that I just moved in crates in front of my house because of this order. trying to basically save a couple months' worth of wood, just in case the county's coming to remove this, so my family doesn't freeze to death. But that wood that you see in the picture that's on screen, that is at the furthest most corner from all structures, both neighbors and mine, is why that wood is sitting there. At one time, this is the sad part, the log wall could have been approved by planning and development if I had just cut the tops off and filed for a fence permit. So all of a sudden, something that was deemed a fire hazard would have been overlooked and accepted if I had bent at the knee and said yes to a fence permit. And the reason I didn't is due to morals. That log wall, those pieces of log that were tipped up against that, there was no posts in the ground. That was not a fence in any way, shape, or form. And due to morals and pride is why I never filed for a fence permit for that, because it wasn't a fence. It absolutely wasn't a fence. It was a vertical garden. And so another point about fire extinguishers. A fire extinguisher would do nothing, absolutely nothing on a wood pile of fire. When I'm at work, I carry a backpack sprayer everywhere that a chainsaw goes. In the yard, we have 3 levels of attack. We have 2,000-gallon water tanks that are underground, so they're always thawed. We have the 500-gallon tank that's sitting on the Ford Super Duty with tractor tires so that it can go anywhere it needs to go. And we always have 3 backpack sprayers in the yard at all times. One sits by the wood stove, one sits by the front yard, and the other one goes to work with me. I'm a believer in Fire Smart. As an arborist, we do Fire Smart all the time in communities, and that's one of the reasons I knocked down those 100-foot trees that were in my yard that were less than 10 feet from my house, because there would have been no way the fire department could have saved it. Now, one of the other things I want to point out is the firewood that we see now that is so visible. At one time, I had every bit of that stacked right beside the house. For 4 years, I was in the cedar house before I got this lot. All that firewood was right against my house. And the reason the neighbor wasn't complaining about it back then is because he was still, I guess, in good standing with us because he hadn't gotten mad about his drug operation being shut down. We've got too much hypocrisy happening here. We've got rules that are going into place and things like that, but the firewood that we see is out in the open where it's safe now. It wasn't safe before. It was up against my house. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna?
I would like to make a motion that, oh, sorry.
Who has his light on? Oh, Rudy.
Thank you, Reeve. I just, lots of good conversation here. I just wanted to clarify for council that we've talked about various different things. The issue that's before council today is with respect to unsightly premise. That's the file that we're dealing with here today. So the fire conversations are a separate file.
One thing I want to quickly mention on that is when it comes to unsightly premise, every other county I've ever lived in would be attacking my 4x4 tractor in the yard, not my firewood, for unsightly, or for fire prevention and things like that. Like normally, counties attack unregistered vehicles, things like that, things that do burn really, really good because of gas, oil, tires, paint, all that good stuff. I shouldn't say things like this, but in my personal opinion, my 4x4 tractor sitting in my yard is more of a fire hazard and more unsightly than my firewood. Sorry.
Anthony?
Those piles are gone.
Okay, from a few years ago here, just 23, we had a fairly significant fire in Brazeau County and also coming towards Town of Drayton Valley, and fairly significant number of people were endangered with the resulting fire. And that was fairly important that we are aware of the effects of fire on people's lives and there's properties. When you look at the amount of like we also had a fire more further back by Lindale, where at that time people of Birchwood were on evacuation notice because they weren't sure if they could contain the fire. There are significant residences within a very short distance from both your property, in terms within the Lindale area, and then Birchwood is not terribly far away. And with the dry weather that we've had over the years,
Anthony, I think I'm supposed to probably halt you because the issue is unsightly premise, not fire hazard. So we're talking about unsightly premise, and you're talking about risk and fire, which, you know, you make a good point, but I'm just saying we're supposed to be focusing on the unsightly premise. Is that correct there, Rudy?
Yes, Ms. Sterling has indicated that the conversation regarding the fire risk is a different file.
So all your points would be valid then, Anthony?
If I can do a point of clarification for council. If you go to page 35 of the package that was provided, slightly before Appendix E, within Appendix D, there is a copy of the Community Standards Bylaw that is highlighted, just so it makes it easier to see what exactly the part of the bylaw is that's being enforced. So it's excessive accumulation of materials, including but not limited to inoperable or unsightly equipment or machinery, building materials, household goods, boxes, tires, vehicle parts, garbage, organic or inorganic waste, manure, glass, containers, debris, refuse, or other waste or litter where apparent value, or whether of any apparent value or not. So the wood accumulation was included within the excessive accumulation of materials. That was the definition used for unsightly, just to provide a little bit of context for the conversation.
That practically covers everything.
Bart,
Yeah, go ahead, Anthony.
on page 35, what was just pointed out to us, section 5.2, says, for the purpose of greater certainty, a nuisance includes any property located in residential areas that, in the opinion of the designated officer, shows a serious disregard or general maintenance or upkeep, whether or not it is detrimental to the surrounding area and or is a danger to the public safety. And I guess what I was speaking to, Bart, earlier, that you suggested wasn't quite applicable, is public safety.
But we're not dealing with that as far as that goes. What we're dealing with is the unsightly premise. I read those yellow lines there a couple of times.
That unsightly premise is what I'm trying to illustrate under the point I just said with public safety is covered, or covers my concern that I'm trying to bring forward.
Okay. I still think we're moving away from the unsightly premise than we are in regards to the other file, which is the fire hazard.
Well, the unsightly premise, and right with the section I read to you, 5.2 on page 35, talks about public safety. And unsightly premise can also be considered or designated, observed as a public safety. That's what I'm trying to suggest to you.
I don't see that, but that's okay. You're entitled to your opinion there, Anthony. So.
And with that, what I was trying to get at then, to continue on where I was at, is that with the fires that had been going and the amount of dry weather we've had, I think that's where I was stopped at, the amount of dry weather we've had over the years, it's becoming a greater concern for more people that live in our communities. And the amount of wood that is there does present a significant opportunity for a fire to occur. And if it was to occur with buildings as close as they are on each side of that and across the road, it does present public safety risks to them. And we may not agree on those perspectives, but it does provide for public concern and public safety elements. And I believe that if you were to consider with the options that were presented to you, like CCAN, it would help reduce that fire risk or public safety risk.
Go ahead.
For the record, I would like to know exactly how many square meters of firewood is excessive. Let's start being specific, because throwing things out saying it's too much when people don't actually know how much is there, You know, in the court of law and legalities and things, let's start being specific. So in compact country residential, I want an exact number of exactly how much firewood is allowed in yards from this point forward. And if that's something that needs to come before council, then let's get it going. Because all of this up to chief discretionary or chief officer's discretion, let's get out of that nonsense. The legal system in the court of law is full of discretion, and that's why it goes up and down and all over the place and gets nowhere, and why criminals walk out the door. Let's start being specific. How much wood in compact country residential is too much? If we're going to start vilifying wood as unsightly, I drove through Crystal Springs, which is Wetaskiwin County, a fairly prestigious neighborhood on the south side of, that would be Pigeon Lake. In total, I counted 6 firewood walls. There is wood chips under every swing set in all 3 parks. So what are we saying here, guys? It's okay for a prestigious neighborhood where we have $3 million homes, but not where I'm tucked beside agricultural, 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 and then compact country residential on the other side? We have to remember where this lot is contained. This lot doesn't have a whole lot of neighbors. Across the road, there is nobody from that lot. The biggest concern, if a person with any expertise was to walk in that lot and look around, is of where that firewood by the road is stacked, is the power transformer above it. I've been on the fire department. I fought in the Drayton Valley fires. I'm part of the team that kept Birchwood safe. And by the way, Birchwood is another topic that needs to be addressed. That's a death trap. And I'm not sure why that's allowed to have one entrance in and out, because there's no way our county fire services could do anything to save Birchwood structures in the event that that fire had landed there. That is a complete nonsense. That's a bad situation in there in Birchwood when it comes to fire. It's a death trap, it really is. And as their arborist, I've been trying to remove key trees that are going to stop the egress of people out of there to save lives, because Birchwood is a scary, scary thing. But up in Lindale, a fire that starts in Lindale is not going to end up in Birchwood. The likelihood of that is less than 5%. And the reason for it is Mike LaChance keeps those fields so well groomed all the way around Lindale. The only fire that's going to affect Lindale is the fire that started in Lindale, and it ain't going anywhere else. Michael LaChance, my uncle around the corner, Trevor Gagne, and a handful of other guys in our community, we are the fire brigade. County Services does very little for us in that, because we're too far away. By the time they get there, it's too big. They've lost it already. You got to extinguish that in the first few minutes.
Donna.
Well, I would just firstly like to say that I don't know if any of us, certainly not me, that have fire, like tanks in our own yard. That's amazing.
Above and
But
beyond.
getting back to the unsightly premises, I think that's beautiful. That wood stacked up is like it's a work of art.
Thank you.
And speaking of lake lots, you go to Seba Beach, it's the same thing.
Absolutely.
And who are we to say that you can't have your wood there to heat your home? Like, this is how you heat your home. So I see the progress that you've been doing and working and having kids and all that other stuff. If you've done that from May until now, that's pretty incredible. I would like to see the fire chief come out, and I'd like to see the report from that. And I would like to give you the time that you need to clean it up, because you're certainly not somebody that's going to sit on your laurels and just forget about it. Like, you've done a lot of work. So I am prepared to make a motion.
Do you want some help? Are we allowed to go enclosed on this? No? I thought there was a chance where we could have
It did say that you could make the decision today or at a later time, I heard.
Call for a break to allow administration to write the motion if necessary. But we're not allowed to go in closed. All right, well, I don't have a problem talking about this either. So somehow I'm trying to think about how we can have a motion that would vary the decision here to give time, and I'm talking about time till the springtime, to get the process of getting a CCAN if that's what's necessary. I don't know, can you get approval to put a CCAN in before you put the CCAN in? No, he's got one, but I thought he was putting another one at the road.
To answer that question, the application process is, it gives you a year to start construction and 2 years to complete it. A CCAN gets a little tricky within that definition of 1 year starting it because it's usually just placed there. There's no like real building, but the way our land use bylaw reads, 1 year to start it, 2 years to complete it. So if it was something he was looking at completing within 2 years' time from the application date, he could apply for both under the same permit.
And that would give both time and an opportunity to move the wood as he's using it, consuming it, and then fill the CCAN with any future wood supplies.
Yeah, so as an example of how it could be varied, I'm hearing two different things. So if you turn to page 7 of the package that was the rainbow package, as we'll call it, there is a recommendation there for a variance. So this is what it currently says, again, for council's discretion and discussion, but submit a development permit application for whatever the use was that council determined was the best option by the end of day on September 19th, 2025. Receive a decision from the Development Authority for, again, insert the use here, so storage container as an example, by November 12th, 2025. That would allow for it to go to the Municipal Planning Commission meeting in November. If approval is not granted by the Development Authority, insert the amount here of logs and cut firewood from the subject land by November 28th, 2025. So that was the example of how to vary an order. Number 1 might, instead of being submit the development application, or maybe number 2 be meet with the Brazeau County and Town of Drayton Valley Fire Services by insert date here. So it would be kind of the 3 steps, but what we're looking for an order is what's the action and what's the deadline? What's the action, what's the deadline? So we just need to ensure that those pieces of information are included when we move forward with the motion.
Carrie, you got any comments? No? Dallas, any comments?
Wants to make comments.
One more quick thing I just want to add, councilors, is not that the amount would likely be very much, but saying that we need to put the wood in a CCAN now takes the wood out of a very low taxed piece of ground and puts it into something that's taxed more heavily, because CCAN space will be taxed.
Interesting.
I'm not sure on the assessment. Are CCANs assessed? I don't think the CCANs are assessed.
Kathleen said they would be in the compact country residential.
No?
Oh, okay. My bad.
What I said was they may be, and the person to discuss that with would be our tax department, because we can't speak on what is taxable, but often they look at what improvements have been made to the land. But yes, our tax department is the one who answers those questions, not planning and development.
Great. Okay, thanks for that, Kathleen.
Sorry, I take that back.
Okay, so clearly you're an artisan, there's no question about that. It's just too bad that you don't have a lot more space and fewer neighbors. The vegetation that you're suggesting growing on your CCAN, that'd be great for summer, but come wintertime, that will diminish and it will look like a CCAN. And I agree with you, CCANs are not pretty to look at. So maybe not ideal, but I understand the situation that you're in, trying to find a solution.
Absolutely. One thing I did do was choose a CCAN the same color as my house to at least try to match it.
Yeah, maybe you could make it camel or something. Anyway, so clearly we just need an extension for certain, and most likely the application would come back to the MPC, or maybe it would just go to the planning authority. It wouldn't come to the MPC. I'm not sure what would happen there.
We're all learning here,
But-
Kathleen, so we appreciate the advice.
Oh, absolutely, and I appreciate the steps and the up and down. Okay, to provide a little bit of clarity, I want to point out 2 points to council, just because we did have a change to the policy. So policy 17, which is our education and enforcement policy, an order can no longer be extended. So this is a review process which can vary the order, but as administration, we used to give extensions if people were working on it and something happened, but that was removed from our policy. So just a reminder that what deadlines are put in is what administration will be held to. That being said, before we move forward to the courts, council will be presented with the option to go there, just so we have the full picture. But let's get back to today and the order. So a storage container or shipping container, as it's defined in our land use bylaw, is a discretionary use within compact country residential. Any discretionary use is approved by the Municipal Planning Commission as the development authority. The dilemma that we are running into with this particular situation is that the manufactured home has now been removed from the property. So there is no principal dwelling. Currently, the way storage containers are done is they're done as an accessory structure storage container, which means that a request for a development regulation variance would also be required to allow for an accessory structure on a parcel without a principal dwelling. So there are 2 variances that would need, or it would be a discretionary use with a development permit variance that the Municipal Planning Commission would need to review and make a decision on. So there is a lot of gray area, and we have definitely discussed that both in person and on the phone of what different options are. As you can see, this file has gone on since 2023, and we have had numerous conversations trying to find a solution to allow for the house to be heated, for the wood to be stored, and for the concerns and considerations of the neighbors that have come to the county. It is not an easy decision in front of council on what to do with this order and how to proceed. I appreciate that, but the development authority would be the Municipal Planning Commission here.
So we can't extend this?
So you can extend it now within this review process because it would be considered varying an order. However, once the order is varied, there's no change to it. So it's a decision from council on the review of an order to remedy, and there is no other mechanism to change the order moving forward. So I would just ask that council consider the dates and the amount of time provided in the motion, which I am happy to help craft, because administration and council no longer have an opportunity to extend it any further. Based on our policies in place and based on the Municipal Government Act, this is the review. Council can vary the order, vary the deadline, vary the requirements, anything along those lines, substitute out the requirements if they so choose. But there's nothing else we can do after this is done, once the decision is made.
Can you cancel the order? Let's say we extended it.
Absolutely.
We
Yep.
extended it till April. He does a lot of cleanup work, gets the C-can in there, you know. Would we be able to cancel the order at that time if we're doing the things that we're actually requesting him to do?
So if, through the chair to council, if the complete order was completed, so if everything requested in the order was done, the file would be closed, the order would no longer stand because the file would be closed, the contravention would be gone and he would be in compliance, the land would be in compliance. Council does have the right here today to cancel the order. But if you provide an extension of timeline, there is no other mechanism for council to cancel the order.
So what would happen, let's say we cancel the order, I'm just saying as an option, and he doesn't do anything. And so then, let's say springtime we come around, can we start the process again?
So through the chair, to all of council, just so everybody has the same information, of course, if we were to cancel the order today, nothing would happen until we receive another complaint. We are completely complaint driven. However, we would take into consideration that if it looks the same, so we'd probably send somebody out within the next few days to take pictures, so we have documented, council has chosen to cancel the order, and this is what the property looks like. If we received a complaint and the property looked the same or better, we would take what council has presented as being an all right look to the land and say, okay, we hear that you have a concern. Council has moved that this is not an excessive amount of wood. We will not be proceeding. If council varies the order and says you need to have at least 2 cans to reduce the amount of wood by April 2026, specific date of course, and it doesn't happen, then we would proceed through. But to cancel it today, we would assume that what is there on the land is acceptable by council and we would not proceed with any other concern files. If it got worse, then a complaint that came in would go through the same process of any concern.
Like, we're trying to find a solution for you, and so if you're, committed to cleaning it up and getting a C-can and reducing the fire risk, even though it's not necessarily part of the visuals, knowing full well that come this springtime, if we vary it to that point, council is going to be probably a little more serious, right? But you can see everybody seems to be trying to find a solution to help you out in these times. If I was told I had to move all my hay, to another field, it would take me, a week to do that. Where I would just consume the hay on a daily process. So you're not living in this house though right now?
So I would just like to point a clarification, then I'll let you answer, absolutely. I apologize, there was supposed to be a map in your package. There are 2 parcels next to each other. So the manufactured home that was demolished and removed is on the parcel that this particular concern file is about, so 5010 50th Ave in Lyndale. There is a house next door that is where he lives. So just to provide context, we also had discussed the option of being able to consolidate the 2 lots so that there was a principal dwelling. We have definitely discussed a number of options over the last couple of months.
So moving the lot line or erasing the lot line between the 2, that's an option as well? I don't know if you're interested in that. That's up to you, not us. But so you could get rid of that and then there'd be just one larger lot.
In the end game of the 2 lots, that is absolutely what my intentions are, is to remove the lot line in between one parcel, I believe, and these numbers might not be within the dot, but one is 0.84 of an acre and the other is 0.32. I live on the 0.32 of an acre now, and again, due to the lay of the land and the lack of these properties being put in by a developer, when a developer develops a square block of land and puts houses on it, they do all the dirt work first. Unfortunately, these lots were developed at such a long time ago, no dirt work was done. And so the cedar house that I live in on the smaller lot was literally plopped right off the edge of the road. The entire house is within the setback of what the guidelines are now, because we're supposed to be back 62 or 68 feet. My entire house that I live in is in that zone. So where I'm going with that is, the reason I bought the second lot is the backyard of the small lot is nothing but a mud hole. And the second lot, the one that this file is retaining to, 5010 50th Avenue, is the higher ground, but it still had some low spots as well. And as far as my motivation to continue bettering my property, absolutely. Everything in life happens for a reason. I don't understand why they happen necessarily, but as an example, child welfare years ago taught me how to be a better father. I resisted it at first, and then once I learned that they were there to help, I became a better father. This county is going to teach me how to become a better neighbor in some ways. But in other ways, something I would like to mention is when complaints come into planning and development, no more complaints by phone call. Complaints need to be come in, and the person's driver's license needs to be logged. And the reason being is identity is everything. If somebody is going to put out a complaint, they better be willing to stand behind it. And the reason I say that is, again, essentially what we're doing is we're dealing with adult bullying here. And the person that initiated this, the reason we're standing here, the person that started it so long ago is the bully. And he is the one that we currently have legal proceedings against, that he's not allowed to have contact, indirect or direct. I'm working on this right now. We're pulling up who those complainants are. And we're going to include that into proceedings later with legalities, because if he is the one that complained, he's in breach for that. And it's all a big matter of bullying. I'm a motivated
Okay,
guy.
all right. I'm being,
Sidetracked.
getting sidetracked, yeah. So it's got to be kind of a point of order here. Anthony, go ahead.
He's beyond what the issue is as well. And we're not here to hear commentary about his neighbors.
Okay. What's that? Well, we need to draft up some sort of a motion, and either cancel the order or vary it to give some time to get it cleaned up. And I know you've been given some latitude, but it looks like he's done some stuff as well.
I've never stopped, sir. I've worked every moment that I have, including after supper.
Anthony, and then Donna?
Kathleen, a question to you. With the potential to remove the property line and put two lots together, does that still fit within the zoning of country compact residential? You know, the size of the combined two lots? Because we shouldn't be contemplating something that isn't also within the allowances of the country compact residential zoning.
Is there something we can make work, is what we're talking about there?
No, but there is the zoning that...
Yes, yeah, I got what you're saying there. So we don't want to change it to something that's not allowed.
Yeah.
So through the chair, a parcel size, compact country residential is up to 1.99 acres. So I believe the two parcels together, yeah, would be less than that, fitting within still compact country residential.
Okay, that's all I wanted to clarify.
Donna?
So, Mr. Mann, how much time do you think you need to complete what needs to be done?
I will have the sea cans up and the fence built before the snow flies, as long as it doesn't happen in the next couple of weeks, but the weather's looking good for the rest of this month. As far as removing the firewood that's visible from the road, I still want to fight for the right to display firewood. I find it beautiful, to the point where if it is found that I need to remove visible firewood from the road, once I finally get a wooden fence built, I'm going to cut wood cookies this thick and nail them to the fence so it looks like a pile of firewood. I will display firewood one way or another because I think it's beautiful. And so to block view from inside the property so that people don't see anything that's not stacked, it'll happen within the next month at the most. The firewood that's stacked by the road, it'll take till about Christmas before that enters the stove completely and that pile is gone. About 3 months worth in that pile.
So I can see that, you know, I like the look of the wood too, but do you have to have that much displaying it, or it could be more like a cord, you know, so it's a smaller volume that's out there?
The other reason why it was there, sir, is my 10-year-old boy brings the wood in the winter, and he uses a wagon, and so if the snow is not plowed, he simply throws it in the wagon and moves his way down the road to the other driveway where we live and in the front door. Some of the things that are in the works to take place there is I need to move my front door so that everybody driving by is not seeing everything we're doing. Like, I need my front door on the side of the house, not the front, really and truly. Because as we can tell, neighbors in the community don't always see our day-to-day chores as a presentable thing to see.
Donna?
Well, I was asking him about how much time he needed.
So if we gave you till the end of May, because you're not going to get much landscaping done, you know, once the end of November rolls around, and then take a look at that. But I'm sensing council here is not 100% happy with what's gone on.
Understood,
in the
sir.
past. And so if you're given this other chance, I'm just saying that it may not be favorable the next roll around. and I can't second guess council, but just what I'm reading right now, and that's just me. So, Glenn?
Thank you, Reeve. To Kathleen. If we vary this order, if I understand you right, if we vary this and give them until May 2026 to fix this, then it truly is out of council's hands. It goes straight to the courts then? Is that what you said?
So through the chair to Councillor Gunderson, yes, once the order is varied, there is no appeal on the variance of or the decision of council. So the next process would be going to the courts. Again, one of the things mentioned was having the fire services come out and define or help set the parameters for what excessive wood accumulation might be. So that might be one of the options to include in the order. But once it's varied by council, whatever the decision is today or at that later date, and this review is considered closed, the only other process is to go to the courts.
I just wanted to make sure that you understand that
Yeah.
council will have nothing to do with this, so it's not, if he comes back, he's not coming back if we do a variance.
Right.
Just so you're clear on that, right?
Yeah, he'll have to get it fixed here. I'm not trying to go out of the way, but I see this as a media nightmare that could happen out of all of this as well. So, Anthony?
And Kathleen, if you'd please come back into it, just for confirmation. If by the variance date is varied to whatever date, and let's say the problems are not satisfactory to what the order has deemed necessary, then the order would still be in effect in a sense of us in order to enforce it, like having to go to the courts?
Can you rephrase it slightly?
Okay, like if we change the date, you know, now it's just a new date for the order to be enforced. So if the order has to be enforced, could you go through that process?
Sure. So if nothing were to change, other than say like the date, so what's in the order of requiring either full removal or a development permit to be submitted and an approval granted, and the date was set for, let's say, December 8th for either removal or it into a storage container. If we went out on December 9th and the work had not been done, we would be able to proceed through to the courts. So whatever that deadline variance is what would become the varied order. So it would look just like the order that has been presented. So in Appendix E, that states this is how it has to be done and these are your deadlines. If you do not meet it, we have the ability as the county to go on the land through the court system and then go on the land to remedy the contravention.
Yeah, so potentially the applicant's opportunity, if he doesn't like any decision that's rendered today or whenever we make our decision, has the opportunity to go to the courts to have our decision questioned. And then likewise, if whatever order is left in place, whether it's varied or the existing one, if it's not acted on, we have the opportunity to go to the courts to ensure that the order is carried out.
So through the chair to Councillor Heinrich, that's absolutely correct. So if the decision made by council today is not agreeable, the only next appeal process is to go through the court.
For the applicant.
For the applicant, yeah. If it is an agreeable decision made by council for the variance, the cancellation, the substitution, or the agreement of the order, those being the four choices in front of council, if it is agreeable to the applicant, but not completed, then we would have the ability to proceed through our policy just the same as always, and go through the court system to clean it up.
Thank you.
So if we canceled it today, it's still giving him that latitude, but if we get another complaint, then we start this process again, correct?
So through the chair or to the chair, that's where it gets tricky. So what we would take as administration is if council says we are going to cancel the order, we will take that as direction from council, and in discussions with our senior management team, that if that is the decision of council, that this is considered an all right use of the land within this type of environment, We would request that our community peace officer complete the site visit within the next 48 hours to have a visual representation of what the land looks like. And if we received a complaint and the land looked the same or better, we would not move forward with a complaint, because it's our understanding that council, with being able to review the order and canceling it, has deemed that this is an acceptable way for properties to look. So we would not move forward with a complaint. That's my understanding, but I will let Rudy speak to this as well.
I agree with Ms. Sterling. So if that would be the case, then council is defining what's acceptable. So based on the current community standards bylaw, the designated officer, in this case officers, have deemed that this is an unsightly premise. If council removes the order, that's not an unsightly premise. So that level changes now in terms of the observations that administration and others would make.
Well, I believe in honor somewhat here, and trying to get the seriousness of this situation, but I'm also looking at the pragmatic side of things, where we're spending a lot of time and money and administration and going out, and fire services and police officers and all of that going out to remedy this situation. I'm just looking at all this we're spending. Look at the time we're spending today. Go ahead,
So,
and then I'll go back to you, Anthony, then.
Sorry, but to council, if I may, with council's approval and acceptance of this, I did mention that we had spoken to fire services under a previous file, which is why it wasn't presented to council. If council would like that information from a previous file, so maybe potentially a little bit stale dated, I'm happy to present and communicate the information that we had when the county discussed this situation with fire services. But that would be providing new evidence, and I would need council's approval to do that.
Well, it's also, things have changed since then as well.
So just to provide a date, it's August 2022. August 22nd, 2022 was the conversation.
Great. Okay, Anthony?
I don't feel it's an adequate option to rescind the order. We just can't start over again if the proper remediation of the lands hasn't occurred. Now we're back to, instead of being this point in time, we're back to step one, and not able to just go back to where all of a sudden, you know, we're able to get in and enforce on the lands. So we're going way back. If we're doing it, we're also not following our policy and our policies that we just amended here not so long ago, that required this type of thing to be looked at more seriously by our administration. And we're basically then, if we rescind this order, going against the policy we've set for staff to follow. So I don't think we want to be doing that, because we're contradicting ourselves within a few weeks or a month. And I think the only option that is able to be considered here is to delay the deadline for the order, and that way it allows for the applicant to make the proposed amendments to his property that he's intending, or sounds like he's intending, and bring his property in line. But I do not feel we should be canceling it, because it would be making a mockery of our procedure that we had originally put in place as with this same council just a matter of a month ago.
Donna? Oh, I'll go to Glenn. I'll just keep coming around the table. Glenn, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I have the same comment to cancel the order. I think the CEO has explained it pretty well, that now it sets the standard that everything can look like this. So I did when I took out a drive out to Brandon, I took a look at your place to see what it looked like. And I don't want that to be the standard. There was wood on both sides of the house, on the front and on the sides. And then in the other lot, there was a little mini hoe parked right on the road. I don't know why it was so close, but it doesn't look good. But at the same time, I do think you need more time. But I think May is a little tight. I would say a full year from now to give you enough time, because that is a huge job to actually do that. When I looked at that, I was like, I would have a hard time. May is not, especially with our weather, I don't think that's really something that could be done, but a full year, I think, I believe that you could probably handle this and get it taken care of.
Thank you. I wasn't aware we had rules against equipment sitting on construction sites in compact country residential. Sorry, I wasn't aware of that.
No, I don't want you to go down that path. It's just that it was in the way, it was on the road, and it was pretty close.
It was
close to it, is that what you said, Glenn?
It's on private property, sir.
Yeah, I understand, but you can push the envelope there too, so.
Sorry.
So,
Thank you, Glenn.
Donna?
Well, Glenn, you said exactly what I was going to say. I think a year from now, you will have it look amazing. So I'm not exactly sure how much more we need in this motion. If Kathleen could come and help, that would be awesome.
What I require before I can assist with the motion is very clear direction from council. Are you looking to extend the order that the two options still reside? So if we just extend the deadline, all it would do is say, therefore, in accordance with section 545, blah, 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 remove all wood logs and cut firewood from the subject land, or obtain a development permit for a secure container. So it would change by the end of day on September 26, 2026. So if that's what council is looking to do, then we can vary it that way. What we are slowly learning as a team is it helps to have deadlines for the steps along the way to ensure that administration has enough time. So typically what we now do is if there is a development permit required, we put the deadline of which it needs to be applied for. So we know as administration that this is a discretionary use and it needs time to go to the Municipal Planning Commission meeting, which only meets once a month. So potentially a better way to vary it, instead of, it sounds like from what I've heard, and I don't want to put words in council's mouth, is that instead of removing all the wood, it is putting it in a secure container and reducing the amount of wood on the property. So what that would look like is probably more so what is in your package on, I didn't bring up my package, so page 7, I believe, just before Appendix A, which has the different deadlines and the clarification. So what it would say, thank you, is to submit a development permit application for storage container, for a storage container by end of the day on, and whatever council feels is reasonable for a deadline of that. Receive the decision from the development authority for the storage container by a deadline. And if approval is not granted by the development authority, remove however much logs and cut firewood from the subject land by September 26, 2026. So just what are the steps that we are requesting? It helps us as administration be very clear as what the expectations are, and it also helps the applicant understand the steps and the timeline, right? So if we just say that the order is extended until September 26, 2026, if the development permit is submitted by then, is that sufficient?
Well,
Even though it hasn't been approved or cleaned up? So that's just what I'm saying, is like, let's see if we can ensure that it's very clear.
Well, I think, I don't like seeing extremes like all the wood, like allowing no more than 2 cords of wood to be, out there. Like all the wood is pretty extreme.
Right, and so if you can see up on there, it says insert amount here in italics with the little more and less signs. So that was what we were looking to see, what council believes with input from both administration and the applicant for what needs to be removed. Do we want to say a number of quarts? Do we want to say 50%? If it was a percentage or anything along those lines, we would have our community peace officer complete a site visit, again, within the next 48 hours as resources allow, to see what's there so that we can estimate the amount that has been removed. Doing something like you said, a number of quarts is a little bit easier because it's a set volume.
Right.
Yeah.
So just to get some input from Mr. Mihan, how much firewood would you need to display to keep your business alive? Like, would a couple of cords be adequate?
I don't sell firewood, sir. That's one of the things that this county has been misled through the years. Back in 2020, I did sell firewood. Back then, okay, just to give you a quick background, my day job, I used to be a crane inspector, an overhead lift systems inspector. And in 2020, when the pandemic hit, it destroyed it. My family was almost hungry. I'm not the kind of guy that goes to social services to try to get a check to get some groceries. So I grabbed my power saw and I started cutting trees. And one of the complainants that's complaining about my yard right now was one of my first clients, the person across the road behind the school. She's just a sour, sour old lady. But anyways, she lost her husband.
Okay, yeah, we're getting...
But back to the firewood. I don't sell firewood.
Okay.
And so to heat my house, I only need 25 cords a year. Now, 25 cords is approximately 25, no, I guess a meter wouldn't be a cord, because it'd be more than 25 meters. See, we're in a point now where we're doing everything metric, I heard.
Right. But a sea can full is almost that amount.
40-foot sea can would be that amount, yes.
Yeah. So you don't need to have any wood outside.
Well, this is the point where I'm going to leave this in council's hands. I don't feel that we should be villainizing perfectly stacked firewood. I think, like a few of the folks here have said, that it looks appealing. So no matter what decision is made here today, I'm always going to keep trying to, I'm not going to go against whatever order's put here today, but I'm always going to try to fight for the ability to display firewood and keep neighborhoods looking old-fashioned, not ugly and untidy, but old-fashioned.
Okay. So I'm just going to guess 4 cords of wood, you know, on the outside might be adequate.
And I appreciate that. That's a good number. And that's one thing I wanted to mention is no matter what happens here today, no matter what I do in my yard, there are going to be more complaints coming. I promise that, because there's a lot of hatred from a few individuals in that neighborhood.
Okay. I'm not much at social fixing, so Anthony?
Again, going back to page 35 where it talks about public safety, that's where we got to make sure we're looking at what's considered and what's safe for the general public. And this isn't in a wide open county area. This is in a compact country residential area with houses significantly close. And public safety is a major factor that it says right in our element that they're pointing out here in a part of our order. So that needs to be part of what we would consider in terms of sufficient or allowable wood that is allowed to be piled
4 cords
outside.
isn't very much. That's 8 feet by 16 feet long. That's 4 cords of wood, that distance that I just said. So from me to that wall, you know, 8 feet high would be a maximum of 4 cords. I don't know if that's, somebody would deem that as an unsafe amount of woods. But that's not for me to call. So I'm just trying to get a motion here going through so that he's got some boundaries that he has to follow. And I would say, like Glenn said, a year to get it all cleaned up, but a progressive amount being done as we move along so that it's not just one big job.
Thank God I make good money finally, because 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I'd have been...
All right. Once again, let's stay focused as much as we can on the task. So what did you find for a bit of a resolution there? I've been busy talking and not reading. Receive a decision?
How long do you need to get the storage container permit? Like,
We've got them all drafted up. I just have to get the person that's on the land title to sign them. He's been farming and I haven't been able to get a face-to-face contact with him.
so,
You can say December 1st, just give a number.
okay,
December 1st for the permit. Should be able to get that a lot sooner than that. And then to September 26th to get it all cleaned up. No more than 4 cords of wood outside.
receive
The 4 cords of firewood and the date to be outside. What is the date that we're going to put on that?
September 26th,
September 26th will be the
26th.
The reason I ask is that one stack of firewood that's sitting there that I'll burn by Christmas is 16 cords.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I say 4 cords isn't much compared to that wall. But you're going to have a sea container full of wood.
That's why I'm just trying to understand the clear expectations. We'll have the other sea cans there, but to move all of that wood by what was the date? December
September
1st?
next year.
Oh, next year, yep, that'll work. Absolutely, sorry. I was just trying to making sure I wasn't shortchanging myself.
Don't run away, Kathleen, please.
No, it's not right. Hold on. I'm missing a piece.
You could paint a mural there, Glenn, of stacked wood on the sea can.
And we'll get out that
No.
fella I seen on Facebook that paints all
Yes.
those murals. Did you see him?
Yeah.
He's amazing.
Isn't that awesome?
Okay, we're getting sidetracked.
Okay, we're waiting though for
I
Catherine.
think it's because we're hungry. We worked right through lunch trying to solve a problem here.
I appreciate that, folks. At one time before I had the second lot that winter, I had to chop firewood in the front ditch in front of my house. That's the only place I had. And thankfully, the grace of the county allowed me to do that because they got a lot of complaints about me doing it. But that's the only place I had was the front driveway.
Okay. Trying to let Kathleen think. Okay, am I allowed to call a break, Rudy?
Yes,
Okay. Any other instruction to Kathleen while she's writing this up, or how are we doing?
She's doing great.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break here.
Thank you.
Glenn, are these your pictures?
Council back. So before you, council, for your consideration is a motion drafted. If there are any changes, please let me know. There is one blank line that you'll see there that I need a numeric number to add in. So it would be moved by council, or a member of council, to vary the order. Hold on. For file 23C003 to number 1, submit a development permit application for a storage container by end of day on December 1st, 2025. Receive the decision from the Development Authority for the storage container by February 13th, 2026. If approval is granted by the Development Authority, all logs and cut firewood except blank cords is to be relocated into the secure container or containers by September 26, 2026. Let me just make that typo. If approval is not granted by the Development Authority, reduce the amount of logs and cut firewood on the subject land to blank cords by September 26, 2026.
Would those, so I can see the first on 4 cords is to be relocated into the sea container except for the 4 cords. If approval is not granted, well, I don't know if the not granted one is even, if we need that, because if we, oh, I see.
So just a point of clarification. If the Municipal Planning Commission opts not to approve the storage container, then we would need a mechanism to continue with the enforcement. We need to understand what has to happen on the land if approval is not granted. So that is that second part, if approval is not granted by the Development Authority, to reduce the amount of logs and cut firewood to, and I didn't quite catch that numeric amount of cords.
So I would suggest the land to, the same as the, because you're going to deal with it by the end of February 13th, and if it's not granted, you're going to know by then, so.
Yes, sorry, my question for clarification is how many cords of wood is council stating can be on the land outside of a secured container?
I suggested 4 cords, which isn't that
4?
much. So, go ahead, Anthony.
Just waiting until I see what's filled in. Anyway, what I was going to say, Bart, if the development permit isn't approved, and again, that's if, isn't approved by the Development Authority, that decision can be appealed.
Okay. Go ahead, Donna.
So if approval is not granted by the Development Authority to reduce the amount of logs and cut fire, oh no. Reduce the amount of logs and cut firewood on the subject land to, so if it's not approved, then 4 cords of wood at a time in the winter, is that enough to heat your house?
No, he needs 25 cords, he said, but that would be stored in the sea camp.
But if it's not approved,
Oh, I see.
You're jumping the gun there. That option, if the MPC refuses it, which I don't know that they would, that can be appealed to the SDAB.
Okay.
okay.
All right, does that look good from your point of view there? Can you live with that?
I'm going to make a very, very hard attempt to live by that. The 4 cords was a really good idea because as I'm moving it into the house, like I seen a black truck stop by the other day and take a picture of the wood that was sitting out front of the cedar house. That was you? Well, thank God I at least know who it was. We're covered with surveillance. We see all vehicles that stop because of malicious activity. Thank you, thank you. You took that, I'll let my wife know that took the weight off her shoulders. Thank you.
All right. Are we done there? You said you can live with this?
Yes, sir.
Anything else there we need, Kathleen?
Yes, we need council to actually make the motion and vote on it, but other than that, I think everything is set in place if you are happy with the 4 cords for both situations.
Yeah, I kind of knew that first part you said. that we had, I meant for any more content to the motion. All right, who wants to make this motion? Donna?
I will. I move to vary the order for file 23C-003 to 1, submit a development permit application for storage container by the end of the day on December 1st, 2025. 2, receive the decision from the Development Authority for the storage container by February 13th, 2026. 2A, if approval is granted by the Development Authority, all logs and cut firewood except 4 cords are to be relocated into the secure containers by September 26, 2026. And B, if approval is not granted by the Development Authority, reduce the amount of logs and cut firewood on the subject land to 4 cords by September 26, 26.
Any further discussion? Anthony?
Oh, no,
Oh. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. All right.
Thank you, folks. I look forward to showing you pictures in a year because it's on the street.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna have a lunch break. Can we have it just for 30 minutes? Would that be okay, you guys? Our presentation is gonna be at 1:30. I think he's coming in. Is that what you said, Tina?
1:15, we can make it 1:30.
Yeah.
Probably. Either way.
Go ahead, Bill. You can take it away if you want.
Super. Well, thank you for your time. And Tina, you'll be my marshal over there and tell me when I'm running out of time and everything. I keep me on schedule. Okay. So my name is Bill Elliott, and I'm a partner with an economic development consulting firm called Sequence. Although I think maybe I have a nickname now.
Yeah.
We have 3 partners. We're a fairly small boutique firm. 3 partners. One is involved with strategy. That's what I do. I have another partner is involved in marketing and all things marketing. And then we've got our resident hippie, the guy who's involved with design and all the good things like that. I shouldn't make light of him because he's won a number of awards doing it.
You're going to have to
Speak up a little.
talk a little closer to the microphone there.
I've never been.
Thank you.
I've never been accused of not speaking loud enough. Anyway, so I want to just go through quickly an overview of what this engagement's all about and sort of what we expect to accomplish, and then hopefully answer any questions you may have. So really this is to do some economic development strategies, and we started off by taking a look at what Brazeau County's goals were, and I'm sure you're all familiar with those. They're listed there. Our approach is a little different in the sense that we've put it into our own acronym, which is called THRIVE. Think. So you're thinking about what it is you need to uncover and assess. Here, in terms of listening to stakeholders and other individuals in the community, and take a look at what type of foresight that can provide to you. Next is how do you take that and start to refine that and bring all the information together and put it into some positioning, and in this particular case talking about an investment narrative that you can share. And then once you've done all that, well, what are you going to do with it? So identify targeted audiences, what's your messaging going to be, and what pathways are you going to do to deliver that messaging. Visualize was where all the pretty stuff comes into play, the brand, the marketing material, those types of things, all the graphics. And then none of this is any good if you can't initiate it or energize it and have a launch plan and action plan in terms of doing the things that you need to do. So I'm going to go to this slide, which gives you more information and breaks it down sort of into the milestones in the steps. I'm just going to move this over here a little bit because my eyesight's not the greatest. So obviously we had our project launch, excuse me, and the dark blue area here is where we're at right now. So we're now into sector prioritization, taking a look at what's involved in the economy here in Brazeau County, and then turning that into some investment targets and some strategy. So I'm out here, I was here yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and I'm meeting with various stakeholders in the community and talking to them about Brazeau County, what's good, what's bad, what are opportunities, different things like that, getting perspectives from both businesses and people in government, and also in, I don't want to say social service agencies, but more on the social side of the economy. We know that traditionally the sectors have been oil and gas, agriculture, and forestry. There's been some identification of aspiring sectors such as critical minerals, including helium and lithium and possibly hydrogen, and also maybe some areas in terms of data centers and those types of things. Our goal is to dig deeper into these areas and take a look, even in terms of the existing sectors. So if there's agriculture here, what are the subsectors in agriculture? And the same thing in some of the other established sectors, oil and gas. What is it? Is it just processing? Is it just maintenance and repair, or is there other areas there that present opportunities? And so we're trying to look at that and say, what is the value chain? Where are the gaps in that value chain? And how can we build on that and move it further? So once we have all this together and have a report together for you, then we'll start talking about investment targets and a strategy to look at those investments. The other part of it is a business retention and expansion program. That's what, sorry, my apologies, that's what BR&E stands for, business retention and expansion. You really can't have an investment attraction program without a business retention and expansion program, and that really involves talking to your local companies. What are they doing? What are their needs? what do they see as opportunities? What are maybe some of the programs they need, or what are some of the programs that are available to them that they don't know about that we can share with them? Those types of things. Then we'll get into what some people call the fun stuff, sort of the branding and the enhancements and the materials and those types of things. I leave that to the people who are more artistic than I am. I'm more into the strategy stuff, but then we'll come out of that with a marketing strategy and how we go about putting that in place. Obviously, preparing marketing materials and promotional materials. We're going to spend some time on your website and say how can we make some updates to that and make it more relevant and more communicative. And then the final, how do we, wrap that all together in terms of the promotional materials and the implementation tools. And that's one of the key things, is to make sure that we provide you with a toolbox and opportunity to be able to follow up and do this on your own. So from there, actually, I threw in some marketing materials that we've done for some other clients. This was Richmond Hill, where we did a whole branding exercise for them, and a number of services, environmental services, health tech. This is one we did for Durham Region. That's their new logo that we did for them, not a big difference. This is one we did for Wellington County. You can see it's more of a rural flavor to their type of stuff. This is one we did for a very, very small community on the shore of Lake Superior, a little town called Schreiber. So I'll go back to this slide here. Certainly available to answer any questions you may have, or comments or input. I caught you at a good time, huh?
We can outlast you, though. We've got a full belly. Go ahead.
So, yeah, I had a chance to talk to you before. Just tell the rest of the council some of your success stories that you've had in Ottawa, Ontario.
In Ontario? Well, okay, so I hate to keep using Ontario as an example. First of all, I should tell you I'm a native Albertan. Fortunately or unfortunately, I left the province in 1984, but all my family lives in the Spruce Grove area, and I had the privilege of visiting them on the weekend before I came down here on Monday morning. So I do know the area somewhat. It's been a few years, and I had brothers that were heavily involved in the oil and gas business. My oldest brother was a superintendent for PCL and ran their fabrication plant in Nisku for a number of years, and so you can't be around those guys without learning a little bit about what goes on in the oil and gas business. Certainly I grew up in a rural area down around Stettler, so I know a lot about the farm area and everything like that, and spent a lot of my youth working on farms and those types of things. So from my personal background in economic development, I spent 12 years working for a nonprofit private-public sector partnership called Canada's Technology Triangle, which really represented Waterloo Region and was responsible for bringing foreign direct investment to Waterloo Region. Did about 60 successful investments over those 12 years. I guess some I can talk about that you would recognize. There was a little company called Google that we brought to Waterloo Region. They started off with an office of 10 staff. Then they moved into a 60,000 square foot building, and now they're in a 250,000 square feet and have over 2,000 engineers working for them in Waterloo Region. So that's a 15-year overnight success story. I can tell you that I used to spend a lot of time in Silicon Valley, and I called on Google a whole lot before they ever even came to visit us. So talking about investment readiness, this is probably a good example. I would like to take the credit, but I would give the credit to our former Governor General of Canada, David Johnson, who was the President and Chancellor of the University of Waterloo at that time. And when we were entertaining Google and had our various roundtable meetings and that, we arranged for him to come in at lunch. And he basically came into the table, sat down beside the guy from Google and said, "What do we have to do to get you open up an office here?" And sometimes it's that simple. You just have to ask the right question. You have to show them that you want their business and what do they need to be here? So, obviously if a number of other investments, Waterloo Region's a very diversified economy, so a lot of manufacturers. It's a Toyota plant there. It's the only Lexus plant outside of Japan. Head office for Manulife is there. Head office for Sun Life is there. Canadian head offices. So it's pretty broad-based, and so lots of investments. During the 2008 financial crisis, we've been calling on a very large upscale German luggage manufacturer called Remova, or in English you would say Remoa, and they built quite a large plant, and it was during the financial downturn, and they were, people were still investing. In terms of where I've traveled, Northern Europe, Sweden, Finland, UK, Germany, Austria, Netherlands, India several times, China several times, Brazil, Colombia, and then New York, Chicago, Boston, Silicon Valley, Houston, Dallas, Atlanta, Miami, pretty well all over. Actually, in 2012, when I left, one of the reasons I left was I came home from another trip after doing 22 international flights that year and looked at my wife and said, "I'm getting too old for this." Inside of a hotel looks the same whether you're in San Francisco or whether you're in Shanghai. So that's when I decided. And then all of a sudden the phone started ringing from other economic development organizations saying, "Hey, can you help us out on these projects?" So anything else specifically, Glenn, that you think that, I can go on. I think the key thing for us is that a lot of communities have the same assets. I think I could go to a number of counties in the province of Alberta and they would be involved in oil and gas, they'd be involved in agriculture, maybe forestry, depending on where they're located, and pretty same sectors in that. So what makes them different? Why would somebody want to invest in your community rather than another one if they're the same? So part of the answer to that is your investment readiness. Does your community want investment? Do they understand what it takes to get investment? Does your community really understand what your assets are? It goes beyond just the normal, this is oil and gas, but I know that you've got some companies here already that I've uncovered that are fairly new companies that are doing some kind of cool things in technology and stuff like that in terms of oil and gas, which relates into clean tech and other areas. So really, how do we really drill down and really kind of look at those assets? And then it's not just good enough to identify them, and that you need to celebrate them, and you need to market them, and you need to promote them, and you need to find out the areas that you need to go to talk to the companies. I'm not big on stealing business from neighboring communities. I don't think that does anybody any favor whatsoever. Sure, if a company is looking to expand and they can't expand in the community they're in, and you've got opportunities for them, sure, you're gonna do that. But I'm not a big fan of going out of my way to try and pirate companies from other areas. It's also it's a team sport, very much a team sport. I would never, ever have been able to do any of the investments that I was involved with if it hadn't been for the team. And that involves both regional collaboration, it involves provincial collaboration, it involves federal government collaboration, and so it's a team. And it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. It takes time. Even surprising results like getting an email saying, "Hey Bill, this is Gunther from Munich. I talked to you 5 years ago and I was really interested in what you're doing. The company I was working for, I'm not there anymore, but I'm working for another company and they really have an interest. Could we meet and talk to each other?" So there's all manner of connecting and promoting and staying in touch with people and prioritizing investment opportunities. And we hope to do some of that for you. And sometimes it's nothing big that you do. It's just really following a sequence and sticking to it.
Or it could be like a chain where everything is all linked together. Anthony?
So when you're working for us and you're saying, you know, to bring in different opportunities to our community, are you also looking then to, or at least maybe we need to look at the placement within our community of those particular type of industries, facilities that you are speaking of, so that they do have better public acceptance? Because if we're going to bring a smelly feedlot right next to town, it's probably not going to get a good acceptance. Or if you get something like that brought more in a further out agriculture area, you probably wouldn't have it. Likewise, if we're going to talk, just use another one that you mentioned here earlier, data centers. I mean, their opportunities for them would probably be better further away from where they're not going to create neighboring complaints about noise and the like, if they're further out into, let's say, the green area that we seem to have here. So I think it's important, placement is important, rather than just finding an industry, a particular company, and then just dropping them anywhere in our county.
You're absolutely right, and so that's part of the process, is identifying what the assets are and what's best suited for those assets, and then choosing those companies that fit with that. So if you're talking about, say, a feedlot operation, we'd have to look long and hard to say, well, if there was such an opportunity, where would it go? Or you yourselves would have to look at that. And we're not necessarily going to bring those opportunities to you. We're going to give you the tools to show you how to go out and target that and look at those areas, so that maybe you're not, so for example, maybe you're not running around looking for feedlots. You're running around looking for companies in the oil and gas sector that are offering specific technological upgrades and that type of thing that can be done. So we also want to look at what we call tradable sectors versus non-tradable sectors. Non-tradable sectors are companies that are in the local economy, so retailers, doctors, dentists, lawyers, accountants. Those are non-tradable sectors, because basically the revenue that they generate is generated in the community and it stays in the community. Non-tradable sectors are those companies that create goods and services that are sold outside the region and bring revenue into the region that would not normally be here. And so from an investment point of view, you don't dismiss local business retention and expansion and what's happening there, but by the same token, you kind of want to look at non-tradable sectors that are companies that will generate wealth that will come back into the community.
Any questions, folks? Yeah, great presentation.
Thank you very much.
Lots of optimism in your presentation there, and so look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, take the rest of the day off. Oh, you're starting to rhyme now. Thanks, Bill. Okay. Where are we? We are on 12B, Warburg Pembina Surface Rights Report. Glenn, that you put that on there?
So I don't know if everyone's had a chance to read this, but this was a report after we went to the meeting there at Warburg, and Victor Marriott, CEO, was there, but he's a communication strategist for the UCP, and he gave us what the mature asset strategy, the plan is for it. And talking to some other people there, apparently this was a program that was leaked out of the government back in, I think, the early part of the year here. And that's the only reason that we're talking about it now, is that it got public, and they're just trying to deal with the ramifications of it coming. But so there wasn't any input when they put together a mature asset strategy from farmers or from municipalities or from really anybody other than the oil companies. They were the only ones involved in creating the mature asset strategy. So it sounds like basically it's going to be a setup where they will take existing wells and companies will be able to pass them off to the government through an insurance program and to help clean them up. So they're trying to develop a new insurance program similar to like we have our own life insurance. We know we're going to pass away, so you have insurance to take care of your family. Well, this is the same idea. So they're also going to have a government-run kind of an energy company that will take over any of the ones that, some of the wells that still have some life in them. So they would take them over. It's kind of it's a very complicated situation the way they've set this up. And to me, it seemed like a very simple solution. As far as I could tell, if you want to drill a well, it should be, you have to take out of the basket of, it's got 100,000 wells in the orphan well, take one out and then abandon it first, and then go ahead and drill your new well. And we could at least keep on top of where we're at. A lot of the farmers there were worried about the fact that they're changing the cleanup part of the wells too. It's called Tier 1, which they do now. They're going to switch it to a Tier 2. And that would mean that if the contamination under the ground is kind of stable with the clay, that it could stay there rather than be dug out. So some farmers might prefer that because you're messing up their land trying to dig it all out, and if they're growing good crops on it, they said, well, why bother? But in other cases, some farmers actually might want that liability taken out before it's gone. The reason that I wanted this report to be included, I had a follow-up call with Philip Mencier, and he's with Stop the Scam. This is just it's a program or a campaign that's been started by the Coalition for Responsible Energy. And he's offered to do an information session for us to just bring landowners up to speed. Because I don't think a lot of landowners know about the mature asset strategy or the ramifications that it could end up being. So if anyone has any questions, feel free. I could try to field some of them. But I do know that when I looked on the website, Stop the Scam, the RMA president has given input into it. So RMA has some thought into it. And RMA was present at that meeting at Warburg and asked some pretty hard questions. So RMA, it sounds like they were given a chance to be part of this, but they didn't want to be because they wanted to go another avenue. So it's
Let's go direct to the horse's mouth. Kara, what did you say?
Actually, we were a part of it. There was 3 working groups. We were only a part of one of the working groups, unfortunately. And the surface rights group also had a chair at the table too as well, in one of the working groups that happened. The issue was we were outnumbered, I'd say at least 10-1 for oil representatives, companies, or people with interest in the oil and gas industry. So that led to some of the issues that we're facing. So RMA has a great package on the website, so I can send you guys the link, or you can take a look at it. We've done a deep dive on the recommendations and with our thoughts and processes moving forward. I know why it was present and probably asked some very, very hard questions because they're the questions that we've been asking for months about this. This is a result, the mature asset strategy. So first and foremost, we still don't have a clear definition of what a mature asset is. There's lots of talk about what it is and what it isn't, but nothing is in writing. So it's been pretty hard to move this one forward when you don't have clear definitions of what we're actually dealing with. And it seems like whenever we talk to the chief of staff for the minister, or with Mr. Yeager, who's a special advisor to the premier, we get a bit of a different answer every time about what an actual mature asset is, which further makes this an issue. The other piece with this is, and I'll use the analogy, Bart, you're wearing off on me, the fox is in the hen house. If you guys remember a few years ago, there was a program called R-Star being floated around to deal with this. It was a lead balloon, and this is, we like to call it R-Star 2.0. The issue that we're seeing, some massive red flags are being raised when we talk about insurance companies or the government backstopping this issue. The problem is they're using taxpayers' money. And the minister did state clearly earlier this year that they will not be using tax dollars to backstop this issue. And the problem is, like I always say, the devil's in the detail. And when you look at the recommendations and the information being put out there, they're very much using tax dollars to backstop this issue. So I agree. This didn't happen overnight. This has been an issue for years. The AER has had a chance. There's some mechanisms been put in place, the special liens. I mean, that's more from the municipal perspective. This was more from the landowner's perspective. So they're not working. The issue is companies, oil and gas companies for years have been able to peel off the garbage in their organizations. Low producing wells are the ones that are just plain done. They've been allowed through processes to peel the garbage off, sell them to numbered companies, offshore companies, made up, well, I shouldn't say made up because they are companies, but they've been allowed to dump their crap in companies, and then within 18 months they go bankrupt. 18 to 24 months they're bankrupt. They're trying to say some of these mature assets were, the issue that they were put in this situation is because of the municipal taxes on them. All the information that we've done digging, I'm sorry, but $500 in property tax isn't what pushed a company off the edge or into insolvency. When they've made, you know, how much, hundreds of thousands, if not millions off that well. We need to clean up the regulations and the legislation around this to stop this from happening, and then deal with the issue too as well, and hold industry accountable. I'm very much a supporter of oil and gas, and we have great companies out there doing great work, but there's just some loopholes in the system that need to be closed. And here we are today. So we continue to push on it. I believe all but 2 of the recommendations were endorsed by Cabinet. With my RMA hat on, the questions we're asking now is how those recommendations are going to be engaged upon and how they're going to be put forward and what the steps are. And we haven't had any clear steps forward on that. And we will continue to push for those answers.
Thanks, Glenn. Kara, Anthony?
I was at that meeting too, and I may have heard somewhat different perspective to my ear or lens. From what Glenn was saying too about that insurance proposal that they were presenting there, as I understood it and heard it, it would have to have taxpayers' dollars at least to back up the insurance. So the taxpayer dollars were still stuck kind of back there to back things up. As well, when he proposed and talked about what is being proposed in terms of if the soils are growing good and farmers have been farming over the land, that their suggestion maybe just to leave the contaminants in there. Well, I don't think that's a solution, because as banks continue to get more stringent in requiring environmental assessments before they give out loans, these types of potential contaminants that may be out there on leases will certainly be where they want us to check as a landowner. And if we find that contaminant buried underneath there, all of a sudden it's going to be difficult for the bank to want to give any loan. And all of a sudden at that point, if the landowner signed off on the reclamation certificate and everything, now he becomes more liable, if not totally liable, for the cost of that cleanup, and his land becomes probably significantly diminished if it has any value at all in terms of a sale. So I spoke up at the meeting and told them that I had a well reclaimed, and that when I had been farming over it and it looked good, the surface and everything, the crops were going good, but when they dug it up, especially those older wells that had sumps, in my case, in my well, they found contaminants, and they hauled out significant loads and had to bring me dirt to replace it because it was contaminated with who knows what all, chemicals and whatnot. So I don't think it's something that we should be accepting And at the Ag Service Board, at our last meeting, we discussed it. And Dallas can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we wrote a letter to the Minister of Environment, or Industry, and suggested to him that as far as protection of agricultural lands and the value of agricultural lands, we don't want to see that type of liability left behind to be a liability to be picked up or to affect landowners' abilities to sell their lands in the future. And so we're against them leaving any of the contaminants and the soil buried underneath. And Dallas can correct me if I'm misinterpreting what we said at the Ag Service Board.
Carrie, you got something else? Or
Nope.
Oh, okay. You
I think they
like
just
was
left me on because they know I'd probably have to answer more questions.
Glenn?
I'd like to have our residents have a chance to listen to some of the, or see the slide deck from Stop the Scam. So I move to direct administration to plan a town hall for the Coalition of Responsible Energy campaign, Stop the Scam.
Mike, oh, sorry.
I move to direct administration to plan a town hall for the Coalition for Responsible Energy campaign, for the Responsible Energy campaign, Stop the Scam, in the near future. That's what the campaign is called. The group is Responsible Energy. The Coalition for Responsible Energy is the group, and the campaign is called Stop the Scam. STOPTHESCAM. And I have contact information for Philip. But yeah, I mean, they'll do it for free. They'll come here, they could have an audience, they could put it up on the slide deck, and anyone, there's so many residents here that have oil and gas wells on their property. Maybe give them a chance to listen to what could be coming their way. Stop the Scam does believe that these oil companies are going to walk away from 300,000 aging wells with this mature asset strategy. So,
I'm always careful if we don't want to be slamming the oil and gas industry, and they may be taken that way. I think before we did that, we need to hear from both sides to find out what's going on. You throw something out like that, and it looks like we're targeting oil and gas.
Like we're behind it, so.
Yeah. And we don't have the resources or the expertise to defend their program. I know you're trying to set it up as a meeting. I'm just trying to, as soon as you start talking and doing that, I just thought, wow, this is gonna really upset our oil and gas industry, the good guys, because they're all gonna be tarred with the same brush. Dallas, your light's on.
Who, me? Yes, sir, thank you. Yeah, I think it would be much more appropriate if the Surface Rights Board had done this, because it looks like we're promoting it. I don't know enough about what you're talking about. I haven't done my research. So it looks like it's backed by the county, which is not something that we want to get behind right now. Because you witnessed at the last meeting how things got out of hand pretty quickly, and we don't want to be responsible for anything like that. So I'm just going to back up on that one. But I think RMA has buckets of information. Most people just need to be directed in that way, and there's resource there like in spades. So,
Go ahead, Glenn.
so Kara has already talked with Stop the Scam. She's on the website. So what you've said is on that website. So
you're on all kinds of websites.
no, on the no, you've made comment. You've made comment on the website. So I assume that you have some idea of what Stop the Scam is.
Go ahead, Kara.
They have probably taken some of my public-made comments and posted them on there, that happens quite a bit. Yeah, I've got quotes they might have pulled from media. They were present while I did make a presentation to the Surface Rights Board and to this group in June. And I do have actually a copy of that presentation too, if anybody wants it. I think Anthony was there when I made the presentation. So I suspect whatever comments are on there, I'm actually going to look now. They've probably taken because they've been publicly made. I actually tend to agree with Dallas on this. We need to be very careful. And I think if we were to get a presentation, somebody like the Surface Rights Board would be, or the Surface Rights Group would probably be the better situated one. Maybe, I don't know if Philip can come in through that avenue. But we do have to be very, very cautious with things like that.
So, you made a motion already? Right. Oh. Okay, you don't want to remove your motion?
I
see. Okay. Any further discussion on Glenn's motion?
Sorry, just one more comment. Would you guys like the links to RMA website, or are you guys good with finding that?
I'm good right now.
Okay, because there is, sorry, everybody's good with it? Because there is a pile of information from.
No, if you're not interested in the presentation, I'm quite fine with that, but I think this has great value to our ratepayers. There's a lot that don't know anything about the mature asset strategy. It's not been in the newspaper much at all, and I haven't seen it locally. So things are going to happen this fall, and that's when the deal is done. So, yeah, like I said, it's up to council. If you haven't looked into it, you had the report in front of you now for 7 days. You could have looked it up. So, I'm good.
Good.
Called vote.
Okay, discussion. All those in favor? Those opposed? Well, you tried, Glenn. You did a good job. Back against the wall, and you still come out fighting. All right. We still got lots here to get covered here. I thought we had a 12C I wrote down somewhere. No? Nothing? Okay, all right, the reports. Dallas Ekstrom, you got a couple, and then followed by Donna.
Okay, I'll go very quickly. Breton and District FCSS, a very busy summer, got their elbows in there, Brighter Futures. September fall program looks very busy again, Brighter Futures is there. September 11th, yoga, September 15th. Celebrate Breton, September 16th. Service Canada appointments, September 16th. Older adult exercise, community fall supper, healthier kids cooking, crock pot cooking, business and DV, Halloween hoopla, October 31st, very busy. Thank you very much for FCC, they do an amazing job. Number 15, Eagle Point Blue Rapids Parks Council. Sandra Bernard came in and gave us an amazing report. I know you guys all have that information, so I'm not going to just kind of rehash that. But our next meeting is on Monday, September 22nd at EPBR out at the Ski Hill, and hey, you're always welcome to come.
West Central Airshed, no meeting. Drayton Valley FCSS, you listened this morning. There's $12,000 left to spend for this year, and I'm not sure when we meet, but I know that there's a plethora of applications. Eleanor pickup meeting tomorrow night. Brazeau Foundation, we're trying to build a building. Yeah, that's it.
Who's next? Glenn?
No meeting for Yellowhead Regional Library Board. And my report for the Drayton Valley Municipal Library is on pages 151 to 153.
Okay, thank you. Anthony?
Well, you've probably heard most of my comments already that I would have said in terms of the Warburg Surface Rights Board meeting, so I'm not going to repeat them because we discussed that all at the Ag Service Board meeting. And then we also looked at county-owned lands, and that we have that are, I believe, 40 acres or larger parcels. And we talked about the possibility of maybe doing something on some of them, or one of them, or whatever, to maybe get them more agriculturally useful. And so we directed administration to get some costs on surveying for fencing, also clearing and fencing for a quarter, just to get an idea of what we might be looking at. We also looked at the budget that's going to be in our whole budget, at least the Ag Service Board budget. We looked at that for 2026. That's going to be coming up. We also looked at the resolutions report. Some of them are ones that are falling off the 3-year period where they're going to be lobbied. And so if there's topics within that the ones that are on their last year, we need to make sure that we're ready to bring another resolution if we want that message continued. Otherwise, they won't be part of their program. And also, there's one other thing. I guess we had the Ag Supper, which pretty much everyone knows about, or at least at council, on Friday night. I thought it was well attended, and I think those that were there enjoyed themselves. So, then I guess if we go down to, where am I at here? Recreation Board was no meeting. Municipal Planning Commission, we had 3 subdivisions, I believe, and 1 application for a development permit for gravel pit. And the gravel pit application was approved for 2-month period and suggestion was there's 2 permits for that pit. And so we suggest that they combine the 2, so that they're 1 application instead of 2 applications for the operations there. And Pembina Area Synergy Group, no meeting.
Okay, Alice, we had 1 application. For Brazeau being a relatively new participant, we're starting to become, once again, one of the leaders across the country. We've got over 2,000 acres committed to conservation and fencing and environmental, additions to the farmland, where society pays 3/4 of the way, because it's the society that wants to see cows up to their belly in grass, and sometimes that's not the most economic way to do things. So because of those demands, society is contributing a significant amount of money into helping farmers do the right thing. So, yeah, go ahead.
So also Alice had the tour up at Parkland.
Yeah.
And it was really well done and well attended. They showed us different ways of using soil amendments. They actually were putting lime into the soil. There was conservation efforts, but I did learn something about Alice, I guess. So most farming industries for dairy or intense agricultural, you have to have an environmental farm plan. And basically, Brazeau County offers that service for free here. We actually will, if you want one done, you can come and we can help you create an environmental farm plan. I would encourage everybody, if anyone's listening, to take us up on it. It's a valuable little tool that you can have, and right now it's free. The way that they were talking, that it may not be a free thing in the coming years. So if you want to get it done, we cover the cost for that.
And Glenn's right, a lot of grants will be tied to the environmental farm plan as well. So you get kind of the carrot, right? Here, take the carrot. We just want you to do a good job planning your farm. So that's positive. Warburg Seed Cleaning, haven't attended. I think they've lost my email. Technology and Innovation, we had that meeting yesterday. It was primarily dealing with Bill here that gave the presentation here, so we kind of got a double shot at it, a little more in depth yesterday, but I think he'll be a valuable asset. At least, he seems to know his business. And the task force, we just had that one meeting. There's another one coming up here soon. Tina, is it on the calendar? Is that the 29th?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We may want to poke them just to give me a little bit of planning. All right, I guess for Kara.
Thank you. For the Weyerhaeuser Stakeholder Advisory Committee, our first meeting is scheduled for the afternoon of October 3rd.
Okay.
And this is to do with their fire protection areas, redoing their FMAs.
Need a motion to accept all the reports. Anthony?
I move to receive the council reports for information.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. We got meeting dates, I think. Mayor's Gala, that's on September 18th. Boy, this stuff's all coming, that's tomorrow. Or no, Thursday. Yeah, tomorrow's Wednesday. Yeah, so are we authorizing everybody to attend? Kara?
I move to authorize council's attendance and the purchase of a table at the Drayton Valley Mayor's Gala.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. We just donated $1,000 to that particular event, that's correct? Kara?
I move to authorize council's attendance at National Truth and Reconciliation Day in Drayton Valley.
Discussion? All those in favor? Yeah, we've been pretty good here. We haven't left the country here for quite some time. Well, Kara has, but.
Actually, not a long Monday.
Okay, let's keep it going here. Puck drop, C.
Through the chair to council, the Drayton Valley Thunder have approached me asking if a representative could do the ceremonial puck drop for the Thunder season opener, which is Friday night. The league game starts at 7, but they would like you there early. So I move to authorize the Reeve and or designates attendance to do the ceremonial puck drop at the Drayton Valley Thunder home opener game.
Yeah, I talked
Friday night.
to Tiffany Secura as well. She wants me there around 5.
Okay, either way, and then I did give you the contact information. I sent it to Tina as well.
Okay, thank you, Kara. All right, wealth. Oh, you made the motion. Discussion, all those in favor? Carried unanimous. The wealth one, you want to speak to that, Glenn?
Thank you, Reeve. This is for the rural wealth creation. I have the agenda here. It's called Theory of Change. They've invited the Reeve and Deputy Reeve to go. So I move to authorize the Reeve and Deputy Reeve to attend the Rural Wealth Creation Theory of Change visioning session from 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock, September 17th, 2025.
That's tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Cutting into my campaigning time. Did I miss anything else, folks? Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Kind of getting bossy at the end of the meeting here. So we need to go in closed. Somebody want to make a motion to go into closed? ATIA, Section 29. What's ATI again stand for?
Access to Information Act.
Asset to Information Act. Just haven't got that one memorized yet. Assets.
I move to go into closed session for personnel, ATIA, Section 29.
Discussion?
And what was the other one?
B.
Oh, intermunicipal relations. Section 26.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. All right, I'm going to call the meeting back to order again. We've had enough time here to allow the public time to comment. Is there any direction coming out of the public input session or the in-closed session?
I move to receive the personnel discussion for information.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Anything else, folks?
To receive the intermunicipal relations discussion for information.
I move to receive the intermunicipal relations for information, discussion for information.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. And goodbye.
I move to adjourn.
All those in favor? Carried unanimous.